This is an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoy. First Down. Sharks Football Book 1. By Leslie North. Chapter 1. Is there anything louder than a rowdy, home game crowd after a touchdown? Even though he'd only been the Savannah Sharks rookie running back for a few months, Mark Coleridge knew the deafening sound well. He was often the cause of it. His focus was already causing a stir in the league, and it's exactly what had helped propel him to where he was standing at that very minute midfield during a preseason game in Shark Stadium, surrounded by his new teammates and a roaring crowd. He could thank his focus for the touchdown he'd just scored, but the truth was sometimes his laser vision kept him from seeing the big picture. Which was exactly why he still couldn't believe that he'd sweated his way through 2 quarters. It's halftime already? Damn, rookie, nice play, quarterback and team captain James Sullivan shouted to him, a smile visible under his mask. Who you trying to impress with that flashy TD? Mark grinned back but didn't answer as they jogged off the field. Oh, no big deal. Basically everybody. The hometown crowd that's cheered me on since high school, my grandpa aka my biggest fan, and maybe, just maybe, her. He snatched his helmet off, hoping he could banish the thought from his brain before it was fully formed. Nope. Don't go there. Not now. There was still so much to get used to in so little time. It was practically an alternate dimension. And though he was still getting to know his teammates, Mark was nervous about making a wrong move. He didn't want to screw this opportunity up. The dream he'd held since childhood. The professional break he'd been counting on since college. A few other teammates clapped him on the back as they started filing along the sidelines toward the tunnel to the locker room. Fans collected behind the railing, screaming the last names of their favorite players. Mark didn't hear Coleridge among the chorus, yet. But he would soon enough, if he had his way. As long as he could show America that he was the rising star he'd promised to be. The Jumbotron at the end of the field snagged his attention as the camera began panning through the audience. Excited grins and cheeks streaked with the trademark jade and black colors of the team flashed across the 160-foot wide screen. And then the cameras focused on the Sharks mascot, bouncing near the sidelines with a group of children. Mark paused on his way in to watch. This was one of his favorite parts of live games, the memories made, the way kids could get involved with the sport. A dark-haired kid jumped up and down beside Sharky, a friend hopping right beside him. Just as Mark was ready to follow the last of his teammates to the locker room beneath the stadium, an eager mother came into view. Glistening blonde hair pulled back into a sleek ponytail, fair-skinned despite the fact that the sun blazed stronger than ever at this point in the Georgia summer. And that smile, the beautiful mouth that Mark knew he'd never forget, not in the 6 years since the last time he'd kissed it. It was Tessa. His first love. The girl he'd been ready to get down on one knee for. And his only heartbreak. Seeing her again, larger than life on the screen, hit him harder than any tackle could. Come on. Keep it moving. A voice barked at him, and then he stumbled forward. His teammate Maxwell walked past, smirking over his shoulder. I'm coming, Mark said, unable to look away from the Jumbotron. The cameras were back on the boys, the blonde one coming into view. Mark blinked a few times. Was he imagining all of this? Not only had he seen Tessa on the big screen, but that child. Coleridge. Maxwell shouted from further up the sidelines, his tall dark frame casting a shadow where he stood waiting for him. We're late. Coach is gonna be on your ass. Mark drew a deep breath but felt like a hand was clamped around his lungs. The sensation had nothing to do with his conditioning and everything to do with her. But he couldn't allow himself to be thrown off his axis during such an important game. He sprinted to catch up with Maxwell. One of the benefits of being the fastest running back on the team, he could outrun anyone. But once he caught up and was tucked into the locker room with his teammates, it was hard to focus. The room was sound-warm to keep muscles loose and the music was cranking to keep spirits high. There were bodies everywhere, splayed on the floor to stretch, changing out of ripped pants and torn jerseys, and lining up for taping and numbing agents. As the clock ticked on, the players filed to opposite corners of the room, offensive players huddled in one and defensive in the other, all waiting for the coaches to emerge from their locked-door meeting with final strategies. Mark leaned into a hamstring stretch and tried not to think about Tessa. "Yeah, good luck with that, buddy." She'd reached out to him for the first time in 6 years earlier that week, asking for a friendly meetup for coffee. As if her years of absence hadn't happened and meeting they'd planned was just another date. But it wasn't for another 3 days, so why was she showing up on the Jumbotron today? And why did that blonde kid have him so rattled? Outrageous possibilities swirled inside him, but he struggled to push them aside as Coach Scooter outlined the shifts in their strategy and he and his teammates gathered in a circle for the team chant. Once the game-ready shouts filled the locker room and they headed back up to the field, Mark's mind wandered to his beautiful ex once again. "Not now. You gotta stay in the game. Think about it after." Mark could hear the screams from the crowd before they reached the field. They'd been gone for 20 minutes. But it felt like they were starting the game all over again. And he couldn't deny it, he loved this feeling. It was different from the adoration from college football fans. Now, he felt like he was somebody. Like he was truly making a name for himself. Mark tugged his helmet on and prepped himself to focus. Whatever was happening with Tessa and that boy, it could wait. It had to wait. The Sharks played strong in the second half, with Mark scoring yet another touchdown. The game wrapped up with a score of 34-15, and the cheers were thunderous. It wasn't even a regular season game, yet the fans had come out in a huge way. Mark felt the usual rush, the one he was always chasing, as his teammates crowded and congratulated each other, and then the opposing team. When his coach came into view, Mark jogged toward him. His heart still raced in his chest, but it wasn't from the game anymore. Now that was behind him, he could focus on the next pressing task. "Hey, coach, I got a quick question." Mark tucked his helmet under his arm, looking up toward the crowds in the stadium over coach's shoulder. "I saw some kids celebrating a birthday with Sharky on the big screen during halftime. You think we could get those kids in for a meet and greet with the team or something?" The idea felt insane, especially since he was already supposed to be meeting Tessa later that week. But this felt too urgent to let slip by. Yes, he'd been aching to see Tessa since the last time they'd crossed paths. He'd always wondered why she'd ghosted him, if it was something he'd done or said. And now that she had a kid. Possibly two. They needed to get caught up now. "I think we've already got one scheduled in the locker room after the press is out of the way," Scooter said, clapping him on the shoulder. "And hey, I like to hear that you care about the fans. You're ready to sign your first footballs, huh?" The knowing smile on his coach's face made Mark laugh. If only it was a simple interest in connecting with fans. "Yeah, I suppose I've been waiting for this for a long time," Mark said. "Let's head down," Coach said, "and tell the press what a damn good job you did today." Mark fought back the smile that threatened to take over his face. He hurried down to the locker room and showered quickly, already familiar with the impatient press waiting for behind-the-scenes access. They had just enough time to pull on gym clothes before the media streamed in, ready for sound bites and interviews. Mark hung back, letting the veteran teammates like James take the lead. But soon enough he was roped into the scrum. He answered a few questions about his rookie status and the exact number of rushing yards in his college career. One even asked him why he was such an old rookie at age 23, which forced Mark to explain his gap year and subsequent 5 years of college. Soon, the reporter's attention turned elsewhere. And once the media cleared out, the kids arrived. The first signs were the excited shouts echoing down the hallway. And then Sharky appeared, slightly hobbled by the costume but still managing to lead a mass of excited kids behind him. Mark could only blink and take it in. The group of about 10 kids sounded more like 50. Grinning parents hung back and let the kids have their day. But not just any parents. Tessa was there. Her gray-green eyes met his for a moment then quickly looked away. Shouts filled the room as Coach Scooter made a quick introduction between kids and team, and then the room was full of eager requests for jerseys and footballs to be signed. The happiness was contagious in the locker room, and Mark watched as his teammates pulled Sharpies from their pockets and got to work. He uncapped his own and waited his turn. It wasn't long before the tow-headed boy approached him, looking far more familiar than he felt comfortable with. The boy held out a football with an excited grin. Mark glanced up at Tessa at the other side of the room, finding her ashen. His gut twisted into a painful knot. What the hell is going on? Hey there, Mark said, mustering a smile as he took the football from him. He poised to sign it but paused, looking down at the brown-eyed boy. What's your name? Angus, he said, his eyes nearly sparkling as he looked up at Mark. He couldn't stop staring at the kid. It was like looking into a photo from the past. Looking square in the eye of his own childhood, which didn't make an ounce of sense. He and Tessa had always talked about the future, back when he still believed they'd have one together. About how they would name their first kid Angus if it was a boy, Isla if it was a girl. Back then they were young and stupid enough to think they knew what the world was about. He missed that hopefulness. He ran the dates in his mind as he turned the football over in his hands, but they weren't adding up. There were only two possibilities, neither of which were particularly good. Either Tessa had his child without telling him, which seemed insane, if not impossible, or she had had a child with someone else, and the child just happened to look like him. Which was heartbreaking but more feasible. Whatever the truth was, Mark intended to find out. But why is she here now? Why didn't she tell me she was coming today? He realized he was leaving the kid hanging. You a big fan of the Sharks, Angus? Mark asked, his mouth dry as the words came out of his mouth. He barely saw what he wrote on the football. To Angus, keep loving the sport. Mark Coleridge. The Sharks are my favorite team ever in the entire world. Angus gushed, his eyes going wide as Mark handed it back. Mark forced a smile. Every inch of his body vibrated with the need to see Tessa up close, to talk to her, to figure out why this twist in his gut was slowly turning into a fist that threatened to take him down. Who'd you come with today? Mark asked. My mom and my best friend Jack, Angus said, gripping the football between both hands. It's his birthday, he's 6 now. I'll be 6 next year and I want to come back for my birthday. How old are you? When's your birthday? Mark laughed softly. The kid's mix of joy and awe was exactly what he needed to clear away some of the stress he was feeling. I'm 23. Young for these guys, he jerked his thumb at his teammates, but probably ancient to you. And my birthday is in March. Angus started to answer him, but the group of kids surged and one of his little friends pushed ahead to see Mark next, knocking the boy a few steps away. You be good, okay? Hope to see you next year, Mark said, nodding toward Angus as another kid with an open-mouthed expression and a football replaced him. It took Mark a moment to acknowledge the new boy. His gaze crossed the length of the room again and met Tessa's waiting eyes. She nibbled endlessly on her top lip, that trademark nervous habit that had left her with a busted lip from how anxious she could get back in high school. His chest tightened, everything going tilted and strange for a moment. What in the hell could Tessa want with him, 6 years later, out of the blue? And what were the chances that the sweet kid had something to do with it? Mr. Coleridge, I can't believe how many touchdowns you made today. My dad always says that, the new kid in front of him gushed on and on. Mark tried his best to focus, but it was near impossible. All he could do was smile and nod, signing on autopilot. He didn't even remember if he'd signed his full name or not by the time he'd handed the ball back and encouraged him to keep following his passion for football. Throughout it all, the question echoed in his head, why was Tessa here? The clamor and bustle of the locker room made talking privately impossible. But maybe he could move their meeting up a little bit. Maybe it could happen immediately, so that he could ask a few of the burning questions that had been plaguing him for the past 6 years. The ones that woke him up in the middle of the night, or plagued him during long drives, or made him second-guess what he knew about relationships. Because now that she'd reappeared in his life, he needed answers. Mark tried to look casual as he scanned the room, hoping to spot her in the crowd. She wasn't hard to miss. There was a reason why he used to jokingly call her the traffic stopper. He felt a wave of panic wash over him as his eyes darted from person to person. He lowered his gaze to the kids in the room, hoping to see the cheerful little boy he couldn't stop thinking about. But Angus and Tessa had disappeared. Which made one thought more than clear: he wasn't waiting a few more days to find out what the hell was going on. He needed answers now. Chapter 2. Tessa white-knuckled the steering wheel of her car, staring ahead into the sea of cars in the parking lot. She'd managed to navigate out of the stadium with Angus in tow, but now that they were in the car with the air conditioner running, she couldn't find the strength to actually drive away. "You knew this was a bad idea. Why the hell did you agree to come?" She let her head drop until her forehead touched the warm vinyl of the steering wheel. "Mom, are you okay?" Angus chirped from the back seat. He'd been admiring his football nonstop since they'd left the meet and greet. Tessa felt bad for abruptly ending it. But she had a good reason: Mommy is about to have a meltdown. Not like she'd ever share that with Angus. No, instead, she told him the reason behind the rush was the fact they had to get home and start dinner. Sort of the truth, and avoiding the unsavory details that Tessa knew she had to dig into, but just had no idea how. "I'm just, Tessa scrambled to think of an excuse for her odd behavior. They'd had such a good day, watching the Sharks' first preseason game in person. It had been Angus's first live football game, and with his new squad of friends from his brand new school, no less. It was important for so many reasons. And even more important for one huge reason that Tessa had yet to mention to her son. "I'm figuring out the GPS to get home," she finally croaked out, swiping through screens on her phone. She sniffed hard, trying to understand what she was seeing on the screen, but all she could see was Mark. His freshly showered dark blonde locks, almost long enough to pull back into a ponytail. The jaw-dropping swell of his biceps, straining at the tight, black gym shirt. And the emotion in his eyes that she could feel from across the room, even after 6 years apart and her treating him worse than she'd ever treated anybody. Mark had been in performance mode during the signing, but she could sense the turmoil he was hiding just below the surface. "Did you have a great time at the game?" she asked, finally remembering where her Maps app was on the phone. Mark had left her damn near brain dead after that encounter. She'd figured seeing him play his first professional football game would be emotional enough for her. But to get invited with Angus's friends to the locker room afterward for a VIP meet and greet? How could she say no? Her son would have been crushed if she'd forced him to miss that. "Mom, it was the best ever, oh my goodness." Angus tossed his ball up into the air a few times. "Did you see how many touchdowns Mark Coleridge scored?" The pure awe in her son's voice made her heart both break and swell. She wanted so badly to tell her son the truth about Mark. That he wasn't just some random sports figure. He held a connection to Angus that nobody could deny or take away from him. Not even her. Not forever, at least. "Yeah, he played really great," Tessa said, her throat clamping. She needed to move on from discussing him so she could focus on the drive. "Anyone else you liked?" "James Sullivan is really, really, really good too," Angus said, his eyes wide as he looked out the window. She loved when he used his serious adult voice. She just tried to hide her smile so that he wouldn't think she was laughing at him. But the boy had a passion for football, though it wasn't hard to come by in her family. Tessa made sure they had it on weekly in the fall, and she'd been planning Angus's first trip to a game sometime soon anyway. She just hadn't imagined it would be this game, today. After a brief pause, Angus started talking about Mark again, mentioning his standout plays with the gravitas of a sportscaster. Tessa had to steel herself. It was natural for Angus to look up to Mark, and completely understandable that Angus would have no idea just how nostalgic even hearing Mark's name could make her. While Angus chattered about Mark's stats, Tessa's mind drifted back to high school. Back when she'd spent every Friday night with her squad, cheering for their football team. Cheering for Mark, specifically, until they'd snag the inevitable victory and he'd lift her triumphantly onto his shoulders, his megawatt grin making everything in the world feel golden. She and Mark had been best friends forever, which turned into a wide-eyed romance their senior year. He'd been close as a brother, even though she'd always known just how cute he was in a way a brother never could be. And when he finally asked her to homecoming their senior year, it was like everything made sense in a way she'd never counted on. The avalanche had begun. "Honey," Tessa blurted after Angus had spent a few minutes wondering if he might ever get to play with Mark, and wouldn't it be cool if he and Mark could be friends? I just remembered. We're going to meet Grandpa right now for ice cream. Doesn't that sound nice?" Her heart raced as she navigated through the highway traffic, desperate to divert their conversation. "Ooh, Grandpa's coming?" Angus asked. He adored his grandfather, even if Tessa had had a less than stellar upbringing with the man. "Yes, and you know what's better yet?" She grinned at Angus through the rearview mirror. "We're not just having ice cream, but ice cream sundaes." Angus hooped in the back seat, and she tried her best to keep him focused on ice cream instead of a certain football player. When they rolled into the driveway of their little townhouse in downtown Savannah, tucked between antebellum mansions and college apartments, she spotted her dad's car in the small driveway already. "You go on in," she told Angus. "I'll be right behind you." Angus unbuckled himself and slid out of his car seat just as the front door opened and her dad waved. He visited often from their hometown, which was just an hour away. Angus shrieked and ran up to his grandpa, wrapping his arms around his waist. Tessa scrambled for her phone, eager to try to make things right, and fast. She pulled up the message thread with Mark and tapped out a new message. "I wish we could have talked today. It was chaos in the locker room. Any chance we can meet sooner than we planned?" She nibbled on her top lip for a moment and then added more, like, "Maybe, tonight?" She swallowed a knot of apprehension and stowed the phone in her purse, heading inside. Angus and her father were in the kitchen when she walked in, digging through the freezer. "I'm thinking chocolate sprinkles," her father said in his ex-smoker's rasp, pulling out a carton of ice cream before opening the fridge. He smiled at Tessa as she joined them. Followed by raspberry sauce and topped with a cherry. "Yes." Angus pumped his fists, helping arrange the sundae spread on the kitchen counter. "You ready for a sundae, Tessa?" "I guess so," she said, ruffling Angus's hair as he slid onto a stool facing the counter. "No raspberry sauce on mine, though, please." She never did like raspberries, her father told Angus in a conspiratorial whisper. "Why did you never like raspberries, Mom?" Angus asked, his gaze intent on the sundae his grandfather assembled in front of him. "Oh, I don't know. Kind of like how you don't like lettuce." Angus pulled a face. "Well, it's just grass." Her father nodded sagely. "It is just grass, you're right, boy." Tessa feigned motherly annoyance, but she enjoyed the camaraderie her father and son had. She'd never had that with her father during her own childhood, but at least her son could know what it was like. And throughout it all, her father had been the only male influence in her son's life. But she planned to change that. ASAP. While the two of them chattered about the game and what Angus had seen, Tessa listened with a smile, slowly eating her sundae. But the anticipation of what Mark might say in reply to her text ate at her. After she took her last bite, she excused herself from the table and dug out her phone, impatiently swiping it on. No new messages. She swallowed some of the anxiety threatening to surge, reasoning that he probably had plenty to do after games. It wasn't like he'd be glued to his phone after scoring all those touchdowns in the first preseason game of his career. Even though she was desperate for him to at least glance at his phone. Angus finished his sundae, the spoon clattering to the table. "Ooh. Grandpa. I made a new picture of a train in school this week. Do you want to see it?" "Of course I do," her father said, slapping his knee. "Okay. Let me go upstairs and find it. I don't know where I put it." "It's in your backpack," Tessa reminded him. "Check the green folder." "Yeah. I'll check the green folder." Angus raced out of the kitchen, heading for the staircase. While he was gone, Tessa slumped back into her seat at the dining room table. Her father expelled a sigh as though he knew what was coming. "So, I have to tell you something," Tessa said, picking at a fingernail. "Let me guess. It's about this Sharks game he won't stop talking about," her father said. She cleared her throat. Yep. The school friends we went with managed to snag VIP passes. Angus was thrilled, of course. And I couldn't tell him no. Her father's mouth formed a frown, which deepened as she went on. So of course we head to the meet and greet. Angus met Mark, and judging by the look on Mark's face, well, she drew a shaky breath, forcing herself to look her father in the eye. I think he knows that Angus is his. Her father's frown deepened and he shook his head. I told you it was a bad idea taking him to that game. But I couldn't tell him no. You can tell him anything you want, her father said with a dismissive shrug. You're his mother. She sighed, the same feelings of defeat crashing over her from all the other times in their history of trying to relate to each other. Thanks for the reminder, Dad. All I'm saying is, you knew it was risky. Couldn't you have taken him to another game some other time? She nibbled on her top lip. You don't understand. Angus just started at this, my new school. It's important to me that he fits in, that he feels welcome there. The kids he goes to school with have everything. Their families live in mansions and by their 5-year-olds meet and greets with NFL players. Those kids know nothing but money. Angus being invited to this birthday party was huge. I could never tell him no to something like that. A sigh rumbled out of her father. But who needs all that fancy schmanz anyway? The public schools are great, Anne. As long as I'm working as a teacher at his school, he can receive this private education for free. Angus is getting a great start in life, which is my primary concern, Tessa said. The fact that he's making friends now too. Even better. And for her, the case was closed. Because her whole motive in seeking out this prestigious position so soon after grad school was simply her son's future, getting him the best possible education, as early as she could muster, while providing well for their small family. So far, it was working. And it needed to stay working. So what do you think you're going to do about Mark? I'm not going to draw things out, trust me, she said. I was always going to tell him. I just wanted to wait for him to get into a good place in his career. And clearly he has now. Her father sighed, and she could sense the same long, tired line of objections ready to fall from his lips. They disagreed about how to handle her pregnancy and Mark's involvement, but he never pressed his opinions, either. It went without saying that he didn't exactly have the place to be telling her how to live her life, when he had been the bare minimum father throughout her childhood. Before he could say another word, she hurried to add, I texted him to move up our meeting. Instead of later this week, I want to see him sooner. Possibly tonight, if he'll allow it. As if on cue, her phone vibrated. She shot out of her seat just as Angus's footsteps thumped down the staircase. She swiped the screen on to read the preview of the message. It was Mark. I can squeeze it in tonight. Tell me where. It was curt, but at least it wasn't a no. She stared at her phone, trying to decipher the emotion behind his brief message. For now, it didn't matter. What did matter was getting this big truth off her chest, so that for the first time in 6 years, she might be able to breathe easy with everything out in the open. Mark was about to find out he'd become a father the year they graduated from high school. Chapter 3. Mark showed up at the wine bar in downtown Savannah at 8 p.m. as planned. He tried to convince himself that the meeting was no big deal as he pushed into the small, cozy bar, rich with wood paneling and floor-to-ceiling racks of wine. Sure, they had a ton of ground to cover, and some old hurts to get past, but there was no reason for the jittery first-date feeling he couldn't seem to shake. His palms were sweaty too, but they weren't likely to shake hands. At least he hoped not. But then again, he wasn't sure what he wanted from the meeting. He immediately spotted Tessa seated at a table for two at the far end, scanning the menu. Why did she have to look so damn beautiful? Looking like no time had passed and they were still in high school. Of course, if that were the case he'd be greeting her with a kiss, not the doubts and awkwardness he was currently battling. At this point, he didn't even know what he felt for her anymore. He didn't hate her, that much was certain, but could they ever be friends again? It was hard to say. The future entirely depended on what she'd brought him here to tell him tonight. He shoved his hands into the jeans he'd changed into before leaving the stadium, when his teammates had invited him out for a post-game dinner. Not everyone had gone, but James encouraged him to join, so how could he say no? They'd feasted on wings and light beer, posing for plenty of pictures in the crowded sports bar. If that was what the season was going to be like, then he could get used to it. And meeting Tessa at places like this little wine bar after team dinners wouldn't be all bad. No. It wouldn't help to think like that about her. She'd ditched him for a reason, though he still wasn't sure what it was. And even though he'd come to terms with the pain a long time ago, it only took a scratch to bring it all back to the surface. Tessa looked up from her wood-plank menu just as he reached the table. Surprise flickered across her face, and then a pink blush filled her cheeks. "Hey, Tessa," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "Oh my God, you scared me. Please, sit down." She gestured to the open stool across the table, and he slid onto it, his forearms prickling with anticipation. The seat creaked under his weight, and her gaze shot to his. "Wow." She laughed softly. "You've really beefed up since I last saw you." Beefed up didn't begin to cover it. He'd been scrawny but strong in high school. Now, he had professional sports trainers aiding him, and a bevy of health foods to bolster him. "Well, it's been 6 years. I was destined to fill out a little," he cracked, looking out across the wine bar. It was hard to meet those gray-green eyes. They'd always captivated him when they were together, and until he knew why they were meeting, staring into them was a dangerous choice. She smiled a little, looking down at her slight frame. He could almost predict what she'd say next, if she was still the same Tessa he'd grown up with. But after a moment, she said nothing. She wasn't the same Tessa. Everything felt different. Awkward. He hated it. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the arrival of a server who asked for their orders. "Can I have a glass of this Pinot Grigio?" Tessa pointed to her selection on the woodboard menu, and the server chirped her agreement. When it came time for Mark to order, he said, "Water is good." The server collected their menus and left them in another tense silence. Tessa drew a deep breath, which only annoyed Mark. He knew she had plenty to say, especially after showing up at his meet and greet today, with a kid. He realized that he knew nothing about her life, and at the rate they were going he wasn't likely to find anything out. So, he began, crossing his arms, still facing the restaurant. Tessa's brows drew together as she stared at the glasses of water between them. "Yeah. You're probably wondering why I asked you to come here today." "A little." She started nibbling on that top lip again and then said, "Can you face me?" "What? Can you just look at me?" Mark clenched his jaw. This wasn't good. He finally turned toward her, clearing his throat as he steeled himself to meet her gaze. She looked ashen and he had to hold back from asking her what was wrong. This was her show. "I have imagined this moment 800 different ways," she started in a low voice. "I tried to find the right words, but none of them seemed to work. I thought I'd be able to come up with something to explain everything in a way you'd understand, but..." She shook her head. "Do you remember Angus from today?" It came out in a nervous rush. Mark's stomach pitched to the ground. The truth was, he hadn't been able to stop thinking about the boy with the familiar eyes. "Of course I do. He's your kid." "He is." She paused. "And he's also yours." Tessa's gaze lingered on him as everything around them screeched to a halt. The wine bar fell away, the clamor of other patrons reduced to a dull buzz. Nothing else existed in that moment except for her gray gaze and the unfurling of this truth that he'd known, deep in his bones, the second he'd laid eyes on Angus. But all he could say was, "What?" I never told you," she sputtered, "but he's yours. I got pregnant at the end of our senior year. And I'm sorry I never told you." He blinked a few times, the truth settling bulky and uncomfortable inside him. Suspecting it was one thing, hearing the truth in this trendy wine bar was another. Mark opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He glanced around the room, wondering if anyone else could sense the implosion happening over here. But nobody paid them any attention. Nobody but the server, who returned with their drinks in hand and a chipper smile. Anything else right now? She asked. Mark tried to respond but couldn't. Tessa said something, but Mark barely heard, and the server was gone a moment later. Mark. Why? It was all he could muster. Her gaze dropped to the table. Honestly, I hid it from you because if you'd known, you'd have come running. Anger finally burbled up to the surface, from the deep place where it had been hiding. He slammed his fist against the tabletop harder than he intended. Of course I would have. I would have done anything for you, Tessa. You know family has always been my life. Hell, I ended up delaying college a year to help take care of my granddad after his cancer diagnosis. He raked his hand through his hair. How could you take all that away from me? His first steps. His first words. That's 5 years of memories I can't get back, and that's not fucking fair. She swallowed, looking gutted. I know. It's not. They sat in miserable silence for a few moments. Tessa brushed away a small tear from her cheek and straightened her back. Do you remember prom night? He could hardly recall what he'd done earlier that day at this point. What does that have to do with anything? Do you remember it? He clenched and unclenched his jaw. Yes. Of course I do. It was the most fun they'd ever had as a couple in high school. Not because it was wild or forbidden, but because for a night, they'd played adults, envisioning a life that they wanted to lead together. From the fancy dinner to the prom itself to talking about the future until daybreak. Mark had thought it was the beginning of the next chapter for them. But instead, Tessa had closed the book altogether. I was going to tell you that night, Tessa said in a small voice. You were already pregnant then? His world was spinning out of control now. She nodded. We stayed up all night talking, and toward the end I was finally feeling ready to tell you. But then you started talking about your family. I decided I couldn't tell you after all. That makes no sense, he growled. Mark, you were going on and on about all the different ways you were going to help your family once you hit it big, she said, her voice low but firm. How you were going to pay off all their debts, get them a house with a roof that didn't leak. Get them an actual house, and not a goddamn trailer like what we grew up in. She sniffed hard, her eyes shimmering with tears. After all that, I knew I couldn't hold you back by saddling you with a baby before you'd even started your life. And now that you've reached your goals, I don't want to hold you back in getting to know your son either. Mark rubbed at his forehead. Sometimes he could still hear the drip 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 of the rainwater hitting the buckets in the family room. Both of them had grown up in poverty, and making it into the NFL had solved every single one of his family's problems. It was the break they'd all been counting on. But he knew deep in his bones that he could have still done it, even if she'd been honest with him about her pregnancy. So let me get this straight, he said, narrowing his eyes. You kept me from my family, so that I could be there for my family? He laughed bitterly. How does that make sense, Tessa? She wilted. I hated keeping you in the dark for this long. I have hated every second of it, trust me. But I was 18 years old, pregnant, and scared. I thought I was making the right decision for both of us. She gave him a small smile. You're a good man, Mark. I know exactly what you would have done if I told you back then. You would have thrown away everything you were working towards to do what you thought was the right thing for us. But there were so many people relying on you. Telling you about the baby felt. I don't know, selfish, I guess. She paused. I felt like I'd be holding you back. He drew a deep breath. 6 years she'd opted to keep this to herself. And while he could sort of see her point, it just didn't feel right. Because he could have been there. It didn't have to be this hard for her. And he got angry all over again thinking about what it must have been like for her to go it alone. I could have helped you, he said, his throat clamping. She swiped at another fallen tear. I'm so sorry. But what's done is done, and here we are. He wasn't about to let her sum up 6 lost years with a trite expression. He shifted in his seat. Say something, Tessa said in a plaintive voice. You look upset. I am upset, he exclaimed, causing 2 people at a nearby table to glance at him. And hurt and confused. For me and him. Did you ever stop to think about how your decision impacted your son? Depriving him of a father? She'd finally stopped crying, but tears sprang to her eyes again, and he immediately regretted how angry he sounded. Of course, I thought about it. Every day. She sniffled and swiped her fingers beneath her eyes. You have no idea how heavy that burden was. Mark studied her and realized that she was telling him the truth. The anguish she felt over Angus missing out was right there on her face. He softened despite the confusion still swirling around inside of him. How did you manage? How did I manage what? Everything. Being a single mom. Raising him, he was at a loss for words. So much had happened for him in the past 6 years, but double that had happened for her. Well, it wasn't exactly easy, going through college with a kid on the hip, she answered with a rueful smile. But I did it. I got scholarships and financial aid and I just made it work. She shrugged, looking out at the restaurant with misty eyes. I grew up real fast, that's for sure. You were already grown to begin with, Mark blurted. Both of us were. They shared a heavy look across the table, broken only when Tessa reached for her glass of wine and finally took her first sip. Their childhoods hadn't been a walk in the park, growing up in poverty in the forgotten trailer park of their rural Georgia town. But Tessa's had been worse than his, because Mark at least had a complete family. He'd had the unending love of his parents, whereas Tessa's mother had walked out on her at age 9. He could tell by her expression that she didn't want to go there. College was harder in his toddler years, because then I was getting into more intense part of school. I'd drop him at daycare so I could go to classes, pick him up, spend all evening with him playing and loving on him, and then do my homework once he went to bed. I didn't get a lot of sleep my junior or senior years, she said. Hearing her describe it made him realize how different their lives had been. What she'd sacrificed. Tessa had been worried about raising a child during college, and all he had to think about was keeping his GPA high enough to stay on the team and not drinking too much at the keggers. I still worry, you know, Tessa said, her eyes searching his face. That I did a good enough job on my own. Hey, stop. He seems like a great kid, Mark said, reaching out to cover her hand with his. Polite, funny, and cute as hell. I can't wait to get to know him. When her surprised gaze fell to their hands, he gave her a gentle squeeze. He hadn't even meant to touch her, it was just a reflex. Still. Even after all these years. Thanks, she said, gently curling fingers around his. Her gaze didn't move from their clasped hands. Energy surged between them, the type of heat that served as a warning signal for Mark these days. A heat that told him their chemistry was still there, as strong as ever. He finally retracted his hand when the waitress stopped by to check on them, unsurprised to find his heart racing. Mark got lost drinking her in as she talked to the waitress. Part of him still couldn't believe that she was sitting across from him. That 6 years had gone by, they were adults with their own careers, and now an actual child between them. The other part of him worried that it was a dream he had yet to wake up from. Because one thing was certain. If this moment was just a dream, he sure as hell didn't want to wake up. He needed to make up for lost time. He wanted to know that boy and claim him as the son he'd always planned for. Even if he hadn't planned on it happening quite so quickly. Tessa had finally composed herself, and even though Mark still had a million questions about her decision 6 years prior, he opted not to press her. Hopefully he'd have more time to work through it with her, to let go of the hurt he was feeling over what he'd missed. So, how about showing me some pictures? It was an obvious olive branch. She finally smiled and she pulled out her phone. They spent the next hour walking down memory lane as Tessa showed him picture after picture of Angus's life. Her days at the hospital, cradling the newborn. His first Christmas, with the lopsided Santa hat that was too big for his little head. The naked phase, when he refused to wear pants. All sorts of hilarious toddler moments, including finger paint disasters and the time she caught Angus peeing in the neighbor's yard. The wine bar was ready to close by the time they got done scrolling through the pictures. Tessa checked the time and swore. I need to get back. My dad probably put Angus to bed already, but I need to get ready for work tomorrow. and probably clean up whatever messes they left behind. Mark felt a protective instinct kick up. She'd been looking after herself and her father since her mom had walked out. And Mark had always been there to try to help her shoulder the load. The same urge still lay inside him, even all these years later. But he clamped his mouth shut before he could say anything that might be construed as too much. Even though he still felt strangely close to her, he knew they had plenty of things to address between them, above and beyond this new chapter of having a son together. He wouldn't rush it. Because he needed to get a handle on his own shit first. Not just this new family member, but his blossoming career, and the unknowns of a rookie year sprawled ahead of him. When the bill came, Mark swiped it up before she could reach for it. He handed it over to the server with his credit card, ignoring Tessa's protests. "You didn't even get anything," she said. "But you did." She pursed her lips. "I'm the one who invited you. But I'm the one who makes more money." God, it felt good to say those words. Almost as good as watching the defiant sparkle light up her gaze. "But I'm..." "Don't fight me on this, Black," he said, fighting the smile threatening to take over his face. "The deed is done." For a moment, it felt like old times again. Tessa with that trademark smiley pout, watching him like he was the only man in the world. This was the connection that had always sizzled between them. The connection that had led to Angus's conception. The connection that Mark now knew hadn't faded a bit, not even after 6 years apart. The question was, what did the future hold for them? Chapter 4. That Sunday was exceptionally hot and humid, but for once, it didn't affect Tessa. Because today was the day her boy was finally going to meet his daddy. She'd been an emotional wreck all day, barely keeping it together for Angus. She'd had the long-awaited talk with him 3 days prior, after she herself had been able to fully recover from meeting up with Mark the other night. She'd broached the topic with Angus gently, slowly backing her way into the news that Mark Coleridge was his father. After a few questions about the mechanics of how a famous football player could have possibly known his mom, the boy had quickly warmed to the idea that not only did he have a dad, but the man was already his hero. "Mom? Are you ready?" Angus had been hopping at the front door for about 10 minutes already. He was over the moon at the prospect of seeing his new dad again, and even more thrilled that his new dad was his favorite football player. "Almost, honey." She swiped up her purse, double-checking that she had packed enough snacks and a water bottle for Angus. They were heading to a petting zoo for a few hours, so that Angus and Mark could get to know each other as father and son. Her head spun, for multiple reasons. Welcoming Angus's father into his life was one thing. But spending any amount of time around the man she'd never quite managed to get over was another matter altogether. She hadn't had time for men since entering college and becoming a mother. In fact, she hadn't even tried to date. Not even once. Only recently had she started to feel the stirrings of wanting something more. She just tried to ignore the correlation between those stirrings and when she'd finally reached out to Mark. "There is no future for you two. Not after the way you left him." It was a fact she'd worn like armor throughout the years, even in her darkest moments when she hated herself and regretted every choice she'd made throughout Angus's childhood. She'd convinced herself that she'd burned every bridge that had ever connected her and Mark. Seeing him again, receiving his perfectly justified confusion and anger only served to remind her of how deep her guilt ran. But the spark that still existed between them, that part she hadn't been counting on. There was too much else going on now to focus on it. She wondered if he felt it too. She wondered if he ever imagined what might have been between them, if only she hadn't gotten overwhelmed and run. She and Angus finally left the house, locking up and scurrying into her small sedan. Angus hummed in the back seat as she wound through the downtown traffic, relishing as she always did the gorgeous mansions and antebellum facades. Savannah was a dream come true, especially after growing up in the rusted wasteland of her rural Georgia town. That place was full of heartbreak and bad choices, at least for her. And though her father still lived there, she never went back. She had no interest in seeing the dingy trailer where she'd grown up or revisiting all the sad corners of that town where she'd wondered why her mother had bolted, or how she could have rationalized leaving behind a young girl and a husband. But answers never came, and the questions persisted even after she'd moved away. All Tessa could do was focus on raising Angus so that his heart wasn't stained with the same pain. So that all he knew was love and support. And now, having two parents who chose him. Angus was practically squealing by the time they pulled up in the petting zoo parking lot. "Where is he?" he cried out, craning to see out the backseat window. "I'm not sure, honey. We got here a little early, so he's probably on his way." "Do you think he remembers me?" Angus asked. "I know he remembers you," Tessa said, feeling another wave of tears threatening to come on. She'd been battling this all day. She twisted to look Angus in the eye. "He is so excited to see you again. He hasn't been able to talk about anything else." Angus's grin stretched ear to ear. Tessa wasn't exactly sure about her statement, since she and Mark had only texted over the past few days to nail down the details of this outing. But she wanted Angus to go into this confident that his daddy felt the same. She'd seen enough of that classic Mark Coleridge resolve at the wine bar to know that Mark would be good as his word on becoming involved in his son's life. All that remained to be seen was how involved. And whether or not Tessa might be welcomed back into the fold as well. Tessa sent a quick text to Mark as she and Angus got out of the car. "We're here. Are you close?" His text came quickly. "I'm about 10 minutes out." Tessa told him to find them inside the zoo and then herded Angus through the front gate. "Is he here yet?" Angus asked. "Almost," she replied. "Let's go check out the chickens first, and he'll be here before you know it." Every second that passed waiting for Mark to show up felt like an eternity. He sent another text while the petting zoo employee helped Angus load up his hand with feed for the chickens. "I don't have much experience with kids. Anything I need to know before I get there?" She smiled as she typed out her response. "Nothing major. Just feed and water him every few hours." Sounds a lot like a houseplant, which I've never had luck with. "Just forewarning ya." Mark followed up his text with a silly emoji and she laughed to herself, pocketing the phone. Truth was, she had planned for this. Springing the existence of a son on someone didn't automatically turn them into a parent. It was a process, just as it had been for her. She didn't expect him to win Most Capable Father award right out of the gate. Hell, her own father had never snagged that award in his 18 years of custodial parenting. For some people, the title never arrived. Mark simply wanting to be in Angus's life was enough. Across the fenced-off pens of chickens, goats, and more, Tessa saw Mark step out of a black Cadillac SUV with tinted windows. Excitement fluttered through her. "Angus," she said softly, hovering behind him as he spread chicken feed across the ground. "He's here." Angus gasped, looking up at her. "He is? He really is?" She nodded, tears already blurring her eyes. How was she supposed to survive this day? She looked up, finding Mark heading into the petting zoo with something slung over his shoulder. His broad shoulders stretched the light blue t-shirt he wore, his dark blonde hair tucked behind his ears. He sauntered with the easy confidence of a professional football player, someone who quietly knew he was probably stronger and faster than anybody else in a mile radius. He'd always had that effortless confidence and a positivity that could uplift her on even her saddest days. Tessa realized she hadn't been able to tear her gaze off him after Angus pulled on her arm for the 5th time. "Mom, do I look like him?" His little face beamed up at her, the eyes that were Mark's glowing. She swallowed hard, nodding. "Oh yes. You look just like your daddy, honey. So much like him." Angus shielded himself behind her body as Mark came up. Only she could tell the nervousness that danced behind Mark's smile. Funny how 6 years apart made him a stranger, but still someone she knew better than anybody else in the world. "Hey, guys," Mark said, giving Tessa a big smile and then peering around her. "Hey, Angus." Angus poked out his head a little bit. Tessa tried to step away so he could reveal himself, but he clung to the back of her legs. "You being shy, honey?" she asked. Angus didn't reply. Mark crouched down to put himself at eye level with Angus. "It's okay," Mark said. "I'm a little nervous too." That's why I brought you something really cool. Mark tugged the shirt that had been draped over his shoulder. He held it up, showing it off to Angus. I got you your very own Coleridge jersey. What do you think? Angus's eyes went wide, and he immediately stepped out from behind Tessa to accept it. His mouth rounded, and he tilted his head to look up at Mark. Thank you so much, Mark, Angus whispered. Wow, Angus, that looks so cool, Tessa encouraged. Want to try it on? Angus nodded enthusiastically, and she helped him pull it over his head. An adult small, it was extra big on him, but he looked elated all the same. It's just like the one I have at home, but this one is better because it's real, like the professional football players. Angus gushed. And I'm sure he'll grow into it in no time, Tessa told Mark. He's growing like a weed these days. Mark cocked a curious smile, looking at her with a glint in his eye that made her insides go hot. He already has a Coleridge jersey at home? Oh, she fumbled to cover up the accidental admission. Yes, it's the college jersey, right, Mom? Angus added gleefully, hopping around in his oversized jersey. Called out. Yeah. He has one of your college jerseys. Child-sized, that is. She hoped he didn't read too much into it. Even though to her, the intent was plain. She'd been keeping Mark close in her heart throughout the years in plenty of small ways. He nodded slowly, grinning down at Angus. That's awesome. Wanna go feed some animals? Angus shouted his agreement, and when Tessa offered to store his new jersey, Angus insisted on wearing it, even though it reached his knees. He loves it, Tessa murmured, looking over at Mark. Good call. Mark didn't linger at her side for long. Angus called him over to the goat pen, and she hung back as the two of them received cups of food and instructions from the attendant. Angus giggled as he held out his cup of food, inviting hungry goats. Mark bent at his side, big smiles on their faces, feeding the goats. Mom, you see all these goats? Angus called out. I do, honey. There are so many. She leaned against the fence separating her from the animals. She didn't want to intrude too much in their first moments together. In fact, maybe she should stop hovering, and give them some time to just be together. Do you guys need anything? Thirsty? I can go get us some drinks. Orange soda. Angus cried out. I'm good, Tessa. Mark smiled over his shoulder at her, true joy shining in his brown eyes. Her stomach flopped, but for the best possible reason. If only he could look at her like that with any regularity, she could die happy. Tessa wound her way through the petting zoo toward the concession stand, checking on Mark and Angus every few minutes over her shoulder as she bought orange sodas for her boys. For her boys. She chided herself as soon as the thought floated through her mind. No matter how much she wanted to lay claim to Mark, to resume the relationship she dropped and tried to forget about, she couldn't. Not yet. And maybe not ever. Angus would always be her boy. But only in her wildest fantasies could Mark be her man again. Back at the goat pen, she handed off the orange sodas to the two of them so they could take a sip. When Mark tried to protest, she lifted her brow. Just hitting you back for buying my wine the other night, she said. Mark narrowed his eyes at her but took a healthy gulp of the drink. Thanks. I love orange soda. Do you love orange soda too? Angus asked, looking up at Mark. Before Mark could respond, a goat nudged Angus in the butt. And then again. Hard. Angus stumbled forward, shrieking, and his soda fell from his hand. The orange liquid sprayed through the air, arcing all over his brand new Sharks jersey and onto the dirt. Oh no, Mark said, rescuing the cup before the contents could entirely drain. He set it aside, kneeling beside Angus. That goat got you good. Angus's bottom lip trembled, and immediately Tessa could sense the impending fuss. Especially when Angus looked down at his brand new jersey and spotted the neon orange stain slashed across the front. He let out a wail of a cry. My new jersey. Oh, hey, buddy, it's okay. Mark squeezed his arms, and Tessa fought the urge to immediately step in. After all, this was about Mark getting to know Angus, mishaps and all. "It's ruined," Angus cried. "No, it's not ruined. And if it is, I'll get you a new one. You know." "I don't want a new one." Angus stomped his foot. "I want this one, from my new daddy." Tessa rolled her lips in and drifted toward the goat pen gate. She'd give it 5 more seconds, then she would intervene. "Stains aren't such a big deal," Mark went on, apparently unfazed by the emotional outburst in front of him. "Look. I'll even get one too." He tossed some of his own soda onto his shorts, then looked at Angus expectantly. "See? Just like you." Angus broke down further, and Tessa slipped into the goat pen with them. "Hey, honey. It's fine." She crouched down beside Mark, squeezing her son's arm. "Let's get away from the goat and go calm down." She led Angus out of the pen and toward a shaded area under some big trees. Mark followed, and Tessa wrapped Angus in her arms, whispering to him about how everything was okay, and she'd use the magic stain eraser to save the shirt. After enough of this, Angus had calmed down, and Mark looked at her as if she'd just performed magic. As Angus sniffled and wiped at his cheeks, Mark squeezed his shoulder. "You're okay, big guy." Angus nodded, looking up at Mark. "Can we go see the turkeys now?" The relief written across Mark's face made Tessa chuckle. "Of course. You lead the way." Angus pranced off as though nothing had ever happened, and the two of them followed behind. "I think he's extra emotional today because, well," Tessa gestured at the space between Mark and Angus. "You know. It's fine. Part of being a kid, right?" He laughed, shoving his hands into his pockets, which made his biceps bulge even bigger. "You've done a great job raising him. That much is clear." "Well, thanks." She squinted into the sunlight as Angus hopped ahead, pointing at the turkey pen. "We should set a schedule," Mark said. "Like, when I can come see him and stuff." Tessa was relieved he even wanted to think about future dates. Part of her was worried that he might maintain a distant role in Angus's life, the once-a-month type of dad that some of her colleagues complained about. "I think that's great. Maybe you could even stop by for lunch sometime this week at his school. I'm sure his friends would love to see you again, too. We just need to get clearance ahead of time, with the school. So if you're serious, we can pick the day and I'll submit it to the principal." "Absolutely. How does Tuesday sound?" "It's my off day." "It's a date," she blurted, before she realized how it sounded. She felt her cheeks flush, but luckily they'd arrived at the turkey pen, and Angus had called Mark off to join him. Only she had to know how eager she was for anything resembling a date with Mark. One look at the wide, sturdy planes of his chest had her body begging for so much more than a platonic visit to a petting zoo, where she could only wonder how many women he already had in his life. How many women who would throw themselves at him, especially now that he was a new addition to the NFL. But for now, the only priority was Mark stepping into his role as father. Tessa needed to keep her wants and desires in the back seat. Possibly forever. Chapter 5. The next day, Coach Scooter's whistle pierced the air so harshly it felt like a smack across the face. And during practice, that's exactly what it was. Mark's chest heaved as Coach charged up to him. What on God's green earth was that mess, he demanded. Mark had fucked up a play in the last run, he could admit that. But he didn't think it was that bad. "Coach," he started. "Don't give me another goddamn word." Scooter's glare counted as maybe the 50th Mark had received during practice that day. He held back a groan, propping his palms on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath. "Drills," Scooter barked, and then ripped out another whistle. The team parted ways, heading for a different part of the field to break into drill groups. Maxwell jogged up to him, clapping him on the back. "Don't let him get to you," Maxwell said. It was just a matter of time before Scooter decided it was your turn. Mark tried to muster a laugh, but he couldn't. "Yeah? I'm pretty sure he'd fire me on the spot if he could." "Nah," Maxwell said as the two of them kept pace jogging. "We've all been there. Mark tried to take comfort in Maxwell's words, but so far, nobody had gotten it as bad as Mark had today. And while he knew he hadn't been on the team even half as long as most of these guys, he could tell that coach had reserved something special for him in today's berating. It was a new feeling for him, though he knew it had to be coming now that he played at the ultimate level. All through high school and even college, he'd been the golden boy. Now, he was one golden boy among many, much shinier, golden boys. And on days like today, he hoped he could hang for the long haul. They completed a brutal and seemingly endless set of sprints. Once practice was over for the day, Mark practically limped back to the locker room. There were two major pluses to the workday ending: no more damn drills, and now, he could finally focus his attention on the only thing that occupied his mind these days: Angus and Tessa. Mark was last to the showers, but only because he was moving slower than everyone else. Nobody on that team had run as much as he had that day. It was a strange badge of pride, but at least he knew he was getting the most elite training known to humankind. Casual conversation floated through the locker room as he undressed and then finally hauled himself under the warm water. It was just a regular preseason Monday, which meant he'd been busting ass for hours already and now had the rest of the afternoon and evening to himself. And the only thing he wanted to do with the rest of his day was find some way to keep getting to know Angus. And he couldn't lie to himself, the fact that Tessa was part of the package made it that much sweeter. Except she's not yours. Hasn't been for a long time. They hadn't talked about many personal things beyond Angus yet, but there wasn't a part of him that believed she was single. And if she was? She wouldn't be single for long. There had to be some lucky goon at that fancy school she worked at who would scoop her up in a heartbeat. And damn it if the thought didn't make his chest go tight, even though it shouldn't. He forced himself not to think too hard about Tessa, because prolonged thoughts about her only went in one direction. And that was not a good idea while he was showering in the locker room. Once he'd finished soaping up and rinsing off, he wrapped a towel around his waist and headed back to his locker. Pete Grant, the kicker for the Sharks, sat on the padded bench, clutching at his right shoulder with a grimace. "What's up, bud?" Mark asked. Pete cast him a dark look. "Shoulder's been bothering me." "Oh yeah?" Mark sat down on the bench next to him. "Maybe you should take it easy. A lot of people treat pain with heat, because it's comforting, but you know cold will do a lot more for those muscles. It'll just knock out the inflammation." Pete stopped rotating his shoulder and pinned him with a blank stare. "No shit." Mark scratched at the back of his neck as a few of their teammates snickered around them. So maybe he was still used to being the team captain and guiding the younger teammates. "Pretty sure Pete has a few other options for helping his shoulder out than you, rookie," said a teammate Mark couldn't see from across the room. "Though I'd love to hear more about this cold treatment," Pete went on, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Please, go on." Mark steeled his jaw, letting the ribbing wash over him. In a way, he deserved it. And after the day he'd had, why not add this on top? James tugged on a t-shirt as he headed over from the other side of the locker room. "Guys, go easy on him. He was just trying to help." "Big help there," Pete muttered, coming to his feet. "You're not my coach, Coleridge, and you're not my trainer. Stay in your lane, bro." Mark made a mock salute as Pete walked past. "Noted. Good talk, Pete." James clapped him on the shoulder as he sat on the bench beside him. "You're still in college team captain mode, I see." Mark grimaced. "Old habits, man." "You know, it's fun when young players like you come around," James said, propping his elbows on his knees. "Reminds us all of what we were like when we first went pro." "I hope that's a good thing," Mark grumbled. "It is." James winked. "We've all been where you are, trust me." A buzzing from Mark's locker interrupted them. Mark sighed, coming to his feet. "Thanks, man. I just hope I get the hang of it." "You will," James promised. Mark grabbed his phone, seeing Grandad flashing across the screen. He swiped the phone on, tucking it between his ear and shoulder as he rummaged for clothes. "Hey there. How's my football star doing?" His granddad's rough voice was an unexpected bomb. The old man had believed in him since day one, which meant it had been a no-brainer when Mark needed to drop his college course load to help his granddad when he was fighting cancer. The nickname football star hadn't started with his being drafted either. No, it had started back in 6th grade. And his grandfather called after every game, from high school through now, and occasionally after practice. Though for today's call, he suspected his grandfather had more on his mind than football. "Pretty good," Mark said, pulling out a t-shirt and workout shorts. "Just got my ass kicked, that's for sure." "I wouldn't expect any less from that hothead Scooter you've got as your coach," his granddad replied. As maybe the biggest professional football expert in Mark's life, his grandfather had helped mold Mark's appreciation for the sport from day one. "Hothead is right," Mark muttered, careful not to let any of his teammates catch wind of the conversation. He didn't want to inadvertently create more ripples. "So, I had a little chat with your mama." Mark smirked. Here it was. The real reason he'd called. "So she told you about Angus?" Mark had shared the news with his parents the day after he met Tessa at the wine bar. Their response had been a similar roller coaster of reactions, starting with shock, transitioning through anger and confusion, and ending with sheer joy. "Damn straight she did," he hooped. "You mean to tell me I'm a great-granddaddy?" "Yep." His grin strained at his cheeks. "You're a great-granddaddy. And my boy is the best. He looks just like me when I was his age." "He act just like you too? Football fan and everything?" "Hardcore," Mark said. "I gave him his first pro jersey yesterday. He was over the moon." "When do we get to meet the little guy?" Mark set the phone down for a moment so he could tug his shirt on, then he said, "Soon. Promise." "And Miss Tessa, how is she doing?" "Great," Mark admitted. "And when do we get to see your long-lost girlfriend?" Mark hesitated before pulling on his gym shorts. "I'm not so sure about that. She hasn't been my girlfriend since senior year, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon." "No?" "She got herself another, better-looking football star who's making his family proud." When Mark tried to respond, his granddad barreled on. "Didn't think so. Nobody's better than you, Mark." "Yeah, well, we'll see about that," Mark said, unsure where to even begin with all that. He wanted Tessa more than made sense, but he wasn't idiot enough to think that this invitation into Angus's life meant anything for the two of them. If anything, he was waiting for her to drop the bomb that she had a boyfriend in the wings. Or maybe he'd run into him himself when he went to Angus's school tomorrow. Once he and his granddad hung up, he found a few of his teammates looking at him expectantly. "You're a daddy, huh?" James said, his eyebrows shooting to the ceiling. "Sure am." Just saying the words made his chest swell. "You never mentioned that before," James noted. "Well, I just found out recently." Mark hoisted his duffel bag and slung it over his shoulder. James and Maxwell and a couple others were the only ones left in the locker room. "Kind of a long story, but, yeah. I've got a 5-year-old now." "Let me guess. High school sweetheart?" Maxwell said. Mark laughed. Called out. "How'd you guess?" "You're too young for anything else," Maxwell teased. "You sure it's yours?" "This kid is the spitting image of me when I was that age," Mark said. "He can't be anyone else's." "Pics or it ain't real," James said. Mark dug out his phone and swiped through a few pictures from their outing to the petting zoo yesterday. His teammates nodded as they assessed the images. "Yep. Looks like Coleridge," James said. "Get the paternity test anyway," Maxwell advised. Mark laughed, just as his phone vibrated with a text from Tessa. "Personal experience or something?" "I can neither confirm nor deny," Maxwell said cryptically. James and Maxwell started ribbing each other while Mark checked out Tessa's message. She had sent along a photo of a drawing that Angus had made at school that day, which brought a huge smile to his face. Mark said goodbye to his buddies and left the locker room, calling Tessa on his way to the parking lot. "You liked the picture?" she asked in lieu of a greeting. "Loved it," Mark said as the bright afternoon sun beat down on him. He slid his sunglasses on as he headed for his car. You guys done with school for the day? Yeah. We're home now, and I'm going to work on lesson plans and get dinner ready. Need any help? The question came out before he could even think twice. He had nowhere else to be, but there was nowhere else he'd rather be than getting to know Angus and Tessa a hell of a lot better. She paused, which made Mark think he'd overstepped. I want to see Angus, he clarified. Kinda didn't want to wait until tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Come over. Why not? Great. I'm just leaving practice. You need anything from the store? I can pick something up. No, I have everything here, she said. Don't worry. As long as you're okay with spaghetti. He grinned. Like you don't know that spaghetti is my all-time favorite. She snorted. Okay. You're more than fine with spaghetti, I know. Except now I eat a lot more, so you should probably make double. When she giggled, he asked, what time should I be there? Whenever you want. We'll be waiting for you. Mark hung up with a perma-grin on his face. He really liked how that sounded. As he pulled out of the parking lot of the training facility, he decided he wasn't going to show up empty-handed, even if she claimed to not need anything. Mark was a dad now, and that meant going above and beyond. For his son, and also for Tessa. Chapter 6. Knock knock knock. Anxiety vibrated through Mark as he waited on Tessa's front doorstep. It was close to 4:30, but it felt like he was late. Because, well, he was. Late by 5 years. He had so much catching up to do, he just hoped he could fit it all in. Tessa pulled open the door a moment later, and Angus zipped around behind her, sporting his stain-free, oversized jersey. Daddy Mark, he cried out. Hey, Mark, she said, smoothing the front of her sunflower print dress. She looked teacher-appropriate in the dress with her white blonde tresses pulled back into a low, smart bun, but he couldn't help but think about what would happen if he pulled her hair loose and let it tumble around her shoulders. He blinked a few times, unable to rip his gaze off her. You coming in? She prompted after a moment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just, his heart raced as he contemplated outing himself so soon. Just blown away by how much I still want to toss you over my shoulder like I used to. He could imagine how featherlight she'd feel to him now, after all these years of building muscle mass and strength. You look so cute. Really? She scrunched her nose as she looked down at her dress. I'm still in my work clothes. It was flower day at school. I can tell. He flicked at her bun as he stepped inside, which made her neck flush. But before he could get lost in flirting with her, which still came as easily to him as always, he'd found out today, he turned his attention to Angus. How you doing, big guy? I'm good, I'm good. He hopped again, and Mark admired his form. You can jump high. That's really good for a kid your age. You think so? Angus started focusing on his jumping. Mark held his hand down around Angus's knees. Can you jump higher than this? Tessa snickered. Of course you two would immediately launch into a training session. Gotta get my kid ready for his first season, Mark said, finding Tessa watching him with a look so tender that it almost made him tip over. Well, I'm going to get started on dinner. Before she walked away, she nodded at the bags in his hand. What did you bring? Oh, right. He straightened, sending a mischievous glance to Angus. Just some surprises. No big deal. What are they? What are they? Angus demanded. How about you guys give me a house tour first, and then I'll consider revealing my surprises, he said. Sounds fair to me, Tessa said, clapping her hands. She led him through the downstairs portion of the house, pointing out the cozy living room, the kitchen, the small but elegant dining room. He dropped off his bag in the kitchen before they headed upstairs, where 2 bedrooms and a guest room waited for them. After she showed off Angus's bedroom and her office, which doubled as guest room with a sofa for her father, she turned to head back downstairs, but he grabbed her wrist. You didn't show me your bedroom, he said, unable to prevent the devilish intent of his words from shining through. There was something about being in her space after so long. This was exactly the type of house he'd always imagined for Tessa. Cozy, cute, and just enough. Nothing excessive. Everything practical but intentional. She scoffed. You really want to see it? Of course. I need to see if you still have One Direction posters hanging up. She headed for her bedroom, pushing open the door while Angus stayed busy in his own room. I'll have you know those are no longer hanging, but they are stored away for when I maybe have a daughter. Ah. You want more. He leaned against her doorframe, assessing the neatly made queen bed, wooden dresser set with matching nightstands, and the elegant framed artwork on the wall. So you'll be needing my services again? She snorted, swatting at his chest. He caught her hand in his without even meaning to, and they shared an intense look. Sorry, he said after a moment, letting go of her. It was too easy to fall into the past around her. 5 years felt like an eternity and also like 5 minutes. If only he could pick one and stick with it, he might be able to handle this a little better. Isn't Mom's room nice? Angus asked, suddenly between the two of them. Are you going to sleep in her bed too? He and Tessa shared a wide-eyed look, neither of them able to squeak out a response. Tessa laughed first, though, and said, Your dad has his own house, honey. Which I'm sure you'll be visiting plenty soon. It's pretty nice, Mark said. Not quite as nice as this, but... Oh, please. It has to be nicer than what an early career elementary teacher can afford. No, because don't forget, you have better taste than I do. She smirked at him, that same contagious familiarity dancing in her gaze. How could he not fall into the past when she looked at him like that? She was practically begging him to pick up where they'd left off. Except that was a dangerous assumption, and he didn't want to ruin things before they'd even gotten started. Tessa led him back downstairs, where Angus herded him into the living room. I'll let you two play, Tessa said with a wink at Mark before disappearing into the kitchen. Angus guided Mark through a wonderland of his most prized possessions, which included a Nerf football, a huge dinosaur stuffed animal, and a series of worn footballs. Mark immediately wanted to grab a ball and start tossing it with his son, but he opted to let Angus take the lead on what they should do. There would be plenty of time to play football together. At least he hoped so. Angus ran to his dresser and grabbed a stack of collectible game cards with cartoon characters on them and started describing each one, then got distracted by his new colored pencils and the drawing he'd made, then he ran to his bed to show off his somersaults. Mark tried not to laugh as the boys cycled through all of the different activities at the same time. It was as if he was trying to make up for lost time. They played until the wafting sense of dinner became too delicious to bear. You sure you don't want any help setting the table? Mark called out after his stomach rumbled for the 3rd time. Tessa protested, as expected, but he joined her anyway and found her plating the food. God, it smells amazing, he said, coming up to her side. Their arms brushed, but he tried to ignore the crackle of electricity under his skin. I'm pretty proficient at spaghetti these days. She sent him a playful smile. I've only made it 1,000,000 times for this picky eater. He may be picky, but he's not wrong, Mark said, leaning against the countertop and crossing his arms. And you made garlic bread. This is the only way to a man's heart. Or boy's. You're just saying that because you're hungry and probably eat 8,000 calories a day, she teased, knocking him with her hip as she carried 2 adult-sized plates of spaghetti to the table. Let me get the silverware, he offered, tugging at various drawers until he found the right one. Angus skidded into the kitchen, sniffing the air. Oh my gosh, my favorite, he oozed, sliding into the chair with the kid-sized portion of spaghetti. He always used to call it sketty when he was little, Tessa said as Mark dropped off the silverware for their place settings. Why don't you still call it that? Mark asked Angus. Because I'm not a baby anymore, he said with an eye roll. Mark laughed, heading for the bags he'd brought on the kitchen island. He pulled out a bottle of wine, the Pinot Grigio she'd ordered at the wine bar the other night, and asked, You have a corkscrew? She told him where, then slowed, squinting at the bottle. Isn't that what you had the other night? Yes, he said, pulling the cork with a soft pop. You seem to like it, so I thought why not? Wine glasses are next to the stove, she said with a wink. He grabbed the glasses and poured a generous serving for each of them. He wasn't a wine drinker and had no idea how to select a good one, so he'd been thankful when the wine bar helped him track down this bottle from last week. The three of them sat down to dinner then, all smiles. Angus looked especially pleased as he dug into his food, casting secretive looks between him and Tessa. Mark made sure to keep the conversation light and flowing while they ate, and he savored every last bite of food on his plate. This certainly wasn't something he'd ever expected to experience in his life, a warm family dinner with Tessa. With his family. It was hard not to imagine asking to join in on this every week. It seemed like it would be good for Angus. And definitely good for him and Tessa. So what's on deck for after dinner? He asked. Dessert? TV? We usually clean up and then head upstairs to get ready for bed. Well, tonight, I'm adding one more step to that, Mark said, returning to the last bag he'd brought. He handed it over to Angus, who received it with wide eyes. This is for you, buddy. Open it up. Angus tore into the bag and revealed a brand new book titled Frankie the Football Star. Angus grinned up at Tessa and clutched the book to his chest. Mom, can Daddy Mark read me my nighttime book tonight? Tessa looked at Mark expectantly. I think that's up to him. Of course, big guy, Mark said, squeezing his son's hand across the table. I'd love to. Thanks for asking me. Mark got a head start on collecting dishes, which he tried to load in the dishwasher before Tessa intervened. He shooed her away, promising he'd clean up while she took Angus up for his bath. While the two were upstairs, Mark took his time puttering around the kitchen. He absorbed all of Tessa's little touches, the little framed drawings from Angus, the salt and pepper shakers in the shape of tiny pigs, the way all her hand towels hung neatly trifolded. She'd always been a neatnik, and he wasn't surprised to see this quality amplified in her adulthood. He'd always figured it came from the fact that she'd had an inattentive father who could barely pick up after himself. When Tessa called for him to join them a half hour later, he found the two of them in Angus's bedroom. Angus was in fresh pajamas and holding his new book. Tessa sat at the edge of his bed, patting the empty spot next to her. You think you'll fit, she teased him. He'd more than doubled his body mass since senior year, and at 6 feet tall, he wasn't a small dude. I'll sit right here, he said, easing onto the floor beside Angus's bed so he could rest his back against it. That way we'll all fit. By the time Mark finished the story about a young football fan turned famous football star, Angus had droopy eyelids. I think that's my cue, Mark said, setting the book down. He ruffled his son's hair before stepping out of the bedroom. Night, big guy. Tessa pressed a kiss to Angus's forehead and shut the door quietly behind them. In the hallway, she smiled up at him, but Mark spotted nervousness in her gaze. Let's go downstairs, Tessa suggested suddenly, and nearly ran down the staircase. Mark followed her, wondering if this was his sign to leave, or push the envelope. If it were up to him, he'd be pushing the envelope all night. But that might just be their latent chemistry speaking. He'd been a helpless fool when it came to Tessa. Friends for years, and then he'd fallen in love with her in the blink of an eye and never looked back. It only made sense that those feelings might still be lurking inside him. Even if he didn't want them to. She was straightening the living room when he came in. He paused in the arched entryway, leaning against the molding. Netflix and chill, he offered, trying to break the strange tension between them. She wilted, looking over at him. Mark. I was kidding, he said. I don't want to intrude. I'm just happy you invited me over for dinner. She nodded, sinking onto the couch. Yeah. Me too. That was nice. Like, really nice. I thought so too. She smoothed her hand across the empty cushion beside her. Come sit. Let's talk. He sauntered toward her, the cushion denting under his weight. His muscles had started to ache hardcore. His body begged for sleep, but he didn't want to cut this short. Tessa curled her feet beneath her and faced him, snuggling against the side of the couch. What do you want to talk about? Something unreadable flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced with playfulness. What's it like being in the NFL? He laughed, leaning back against the couch. He rubbed his hands up and down his face. I can't even say yet. I'm a rookie, you know. I've had 2 preseason games so far. I'm just trying not to fuck it up. But you played so well, she said. There's no way you could fuck it up. He grimaced. That's nice of you to say, but you clearly don't know my coach Scooter. I've certainly heard about him. She nudged his leg with her toe. So how are you a rookie when I'm through grad school already? Shouldn't we have graduated college at the same time? I had to postpone my freshman year, he said. My granddad got sick with cancer. So I volunteered to be his caretaker while he overcame it. Then I re-enrolled, but it took me 5 years to get through. It's called redshirting. I didn't play much my first year, which extended my eligibility, and I could keep my scholarship. Sympathy flashed in her eyes, but it quickly turned to warmth. I bet your grandpa is so proud of you. Oh my God. You know it. But what about you? How's your dad? She sighed heavily, gesturing to the living room littered with plastic toys and discarded footballs. Same as always. And now with a horrible habit of bringing all sorts of toys every single time he visits. And he visits weekly. I bet Angus loves it. He does. So I don't say anything. But it's just, the silence after she trailed off said plenty. He knew all about their strained relationship. It's good he's trying, Mark offered. Yeah. I guess I'll just leave it there. She shrugged. What about your parents and your sister? Happy as ever. A little happier since I signed and got my first paycheck, he said with a laugh. I bought my mom a car. Tessa gasped, and Mark loved watching the delight ripple across her face. She always had that horrible beater growing up, Tessa gushed. Oh my God, I bet she cried. She so did, Mark confirmed. My sister recorded the entire thing. We set up a surprise. It was awesome. She's gonna freak when I buy her dream house, though. Tessa clamped a hand over her mouth, her eyes shining. Oh my God. You're too sweet. Just trying to give back to the people who mean the most, you know? A comfortable silence settled between them as Tessa watched him, smiling. They chatted easily for a while longer, catching up on the various aspects of their lives. Mark was dying to catch her ankle each and every time she nudged him with her foot, but he couldn't read her. This felt wholly and intentionally platonic. And he was too scared to push things over an edge he couldn't climb back up. Because one thing was certain, Mark could already see all the various ways he'd like to pin her to this couch and start getting to know her in plenty of other ways. He could imagine unzipping that sunflower dress and smoothing his big hands up those creamy thighs. As the night wore on, he had to remind himself more and more to be good. Be friends again. Keep your hands off her. Around 8, she started to yawn, and Mark knew he needed to get home and into bed. He woke up at 5 most days, and tomorrow would be no different. Tuesdays were the official off days for the league, but that didn't mean he planned on skipping his workout routine. I should get going, he said, meaning it, but still ready to comply if she protested. You an early bird now too? 5 a.m. every day without fail. She smirked. Same here. Life of the professional, right? Sports and otherwise. They shared a long, heavy look, one that Mark felt was pulsating with possibility. There were so many unspoken sentiments between them. So many different ways to pull her into his arms and start catching up on all the time they'd missed since high school graduation. Okay. Definitely bedtime, Tessa said, clapping her hands and standing. I put you on the list for lunch tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you there. You will definitely see me there, Mark corrected her, stretching as he stood up. She followed him to the front door, and as he stared out at the warm dusk of a Georgia sunset, he realized he didn't want to go back to his place. Not when all this warmth and familiarity lived here. Thanks for having me over. He shoved his hands into his pockets, as if maybe controlling his hands would help restrain his thoughts about getting to know the sweet terrain of her body once more. She'd filled out in the best ways since school, and even though she was dressed perfectly work-appropriate, it lit him up all the same. "I'll see you guys tomorrow." Mark ripped himself away from the place that was already starting to feel like home to him, feet dragging as he headed for his car in the driveway. By the time he'd tucked himself into the driver's seat, the front door was shut and Tessa was nowhere to be seen. If she was still the Tessa he'd always known, she'd be hanging out her front window and waving at him until he rounded the last corner of her neighborhood. But no extended goodbye saw him off. And something inside him ached because of it. Give it time. He couldn't rush this shit. Even though he desperately wanted to. He was halfway home before her text arrived. "I was waving to you from upstairs FYI. At a stoplight," he typed out his response. "So you could tell I was upset you didn't hang out your window waving goodbye for a full mile like you used to?" He saw the 3 dots on the screen that signaled her typing out a response, but then they disappeared. She didn't respond until he pulled into the driveway. "I can tell way more than I should after so many years of not seeing each other." Her words warmed him, because finally, it was a small nod that maybe she was feeling the same as him. He typed out a response without thinking, "Same, babe." As he reread the text, his immediate urge was to correct the slip. The unwitting slide into their ancient history where they still belonged to each other and had a whole fascinating future sprawled out before them. "Sorry," he typed out. Force of habit. Even 5 years later? He worked his jaw back and forth as he mulled over his response. And then he made his decision. Even though he shouldn't go there. Even though he had plenty of things to focus on that weren't romance and a relationship. Even though adding fatherhood into his schedule was going to be difficult enough. "You've always been my only babe. You think that's gonna change somehow?" Honesty was the best policy, even if it made things awkward in the meantime. Chapter 7. Tessa floated in the clouds the next morning. Mark's text had rattled her to her core, and it didn't matter how many times she tried to respond, she couldn't. Because it wasn't a matter of not finding the words. It was that she had too many words. Too many conflicting thoughts and feelings. Too many different ways to say "I want you more than I've wanted anything in life, and we need to make sure we don't rush because if Angus gets hurt then I'll die." She was barely an hour into her workday when an admin assistant, Melissa, stopped by her 3rd grade classroom and pulled her aside. "Angus is in the school nurse's office with a fever and runny nose," she said with a grimace. Oh no. Panic gripped her, and she looked at her packed classroom of children quietly looking at their assignments. "Should I go there?" "He's fine for now. The nurse said he can stay there and nap until lunch if that's what you need." Tessa pressed a hand to her cheek. He was fine this morning. This must have hit him fast. "I see it every year," Melissa said. "New school, new germs." "Let me call his dad," Tessa blurted, the idea blooming hot and fast inside her. She hadn't had to deal with this situation yet, since this was Angus's first year in a regular school. She'd always imagined that she'd rush home and just have to take the day off. But with Mark in the picture, she had another option. He'd been planning on coming to have lunch with Angus today anyway, so I'm sure, she trailed off, not wanting to add more. Her colleagues didn't know much about her private life, yet. She hadn't really mentioned her home life when she was first hired earlier that summer. "Whatever works. The nurse is with him until you're ready," Melissa said. "Can you stay in here while I call him real quick?" Melissa nodded, and Tessa stepped into the hallway to call Mark. Her heart started racing when the phone rang. "Hello?" His sexy rumble sent heat shooting through her. She pinched her eyes shut, feeling suddenly stupid for never finding a way to respond to him last night. "Hey. Mark. I need your help." "What's up?" "Angus came down with something this morning. We're at school right now, but he's with the nurse, so I think lunch is off. It looks like he needs to go home." She nibbled on her lip, surprised at how nervous she was to ask this of him. Mark was Angus's father, it shouldn't be a big ask. But this was all so new, and Tessa still wasn't entirely sure Mark wanted to be involved at this level of daily operation. "Okay," Mark said slowly. "Do you need me to take him?" "If you can," she squeaked out. Why was this so hard for her? "I'm sorry, it doesn't have to be for long, just until I can find a babysitter." "Tessa, I'm off all day." "It's fine. Want me to come now?" Relief flooded through her. "That would be great." "No problem. I'll head there now." She tried to relax as she headed back into the classroom. The kids would be able to pick up on her anxiety, and let Melissa know that Angus's dad was on the way. "Just let me know when he gets here," she said, "so I can go see him off." "Of course," Melissa assured her. "I'll come watch the kids for you." Tessa thanked her no fewer than 3 times and couldn't stop thinking about how grateful she was for the unexpected support as she continued her lessons. This was her first big job, and her first experience in a school outside of the practicums she'd done for her master's degree. Part of her worried that taking time off might look bad to the principal, but with support from Mark, she didn't have to scrub her entire workday like she might otherwise. It was a nice feeling. Maybe a little too nice. Melissa came back about a half hour later with a private smile on her face. "Angus's dad is here," she said, waggling her eyebrows. Tessa didn't catch the meaning behind the look. "What?" Melissa swatted her arm. "You didn't tell us his father is the highest paid rookie in the NFL this year." Something uncomfortable slid through her, but Tessa chose to ignore it. "Well, why would I?" She forced a small laugh. "To Angus, he's just daddy." Even though that wasn't entirely true. To Angus, he was a new dad. He was Daddy Mark, someone he'd been waiting for without fully understanding why for 5 years. And Tessa didn't want that history attached to her teaching position at the school. Didn't want the questions, the speculation. None of it. Tessa let herself out of her classroom, hurrying toward the head of school's office. She caught the deep undertones of Mark's voice before she rounded the corner, and found him sitting on a chair, Angus nestled against his chest. A small group of staff hung around in addition to the school nurse, and Tessa got the feeling there was more going on here than just overseeing a sick child. "Hey, guys," she said hesitantly. "Tessa." Mark nodded his greeting, lightly stroking Angus's back. "I got him. We're all good." "I'm so relieved you could come," she said, touching the top of Angus's head. He sniffled, looking up at her with bleary eyes. "I want my bed," he murmured. "Daddy Mark's gonna take you home right now," she said, pressing a kiss to his warm forehead. "Then I'll be home later to take care of you." "Let's head out, big guy," Mark said, effortlessly coming to his feet with Angus in his arms. The entire office shrank back. There was something jaw-dropping about elite athletes exercising their strength, and Mark filled the room in a way that nobody could ignore. "It was so nice to meet you," one of the administrative assistants, Freddie, suddenly gushed. "Thank you so much for the autograph," the school nurse blurted. A chorus of gratitude erupted, and Mark's shy smile almost sent Tessa to her knees. "No problem. Catch y'all later." Mark and Tessa left the office, pausing near the front doors. She handed over her house keys and looked up at him, stroking Angus's back. "I really appreciate this." "It's no big deal," Mark said. "Swear on it. I'll go tuck him in, and you finish out your day, okay?" Tessa was about to protest, but she stopped herself. She needed to let Mark step up like this if he wanted to. Besides, she was curious what would come of it. Even though a significant percentage of her worried about what Mark might do left to his own devices, especially when he'd openly admitted he didn't know much about kids, she wanted to see it through. "I'll text later," she whispered, getting lost in his deep brown eyes. She found herself pushing up onto her tiptoes. Mark swooped down, as natural as ever, allowing her to plant the chaste kiss against his lips that she hadn't even planned on, much less authorized. But there it was. That very force of habit she'd questioned from Mark the night before. She blinked rapidly, taking a few steps backward. Mark's jaw clenched and unclenched, so she waved quickly and hurried down the hall back to her classroom. What the actual hell was that? The question repeated in her head no fewer than 100 times as she resumed her post in her classroom. It took a full 2 hours before she finally realized she could stop tensing her shoulders. At lunchtime, while the kids were eating in the cafeteria and she was enjoying her packed lunch at her desk, she forced herself to swallow her embarrassment and continue like nothing had happened. She texted Mark. "How's it going? I can come home now if you want." "All good. I'm making chicken noodle soup, hope that's okay?" "More than okay. You sure you're good?" "Stay at work. I got this. See you when you get off." Tessa expelled a cleansing burst of air. She'd have to face Mark no matter what, and now she had the rest of the day to figure out how to brush off the accidental kiss while she was at work. Apparently, she wanted Mark so badly she couldn't even control it. He'd been showing up in her dreams for years, but since finding out he'd been drafted with the Sharks, the sexy dreams had become a regular thing. She had an iron grip on her waking life, but her dream space was unregulated. A complete free-for-all. And she was hesitant to admit, even to herself, how many kisses she and Mark had shared in her subconscious over the past couple of months. Kisses and plenty more. She squeezed her legs together, images of his sculpted shoulders straining his simple t-shirt filling her mind's eye. It didn't help that he'd gotten exponentially hotter since high school, while she had, basically looked exactly the same as her awkward 18-year-old self, except with more hips now. She'd seen how everyone in the school office had practically fallen over themselves around him. Mark could have anyone. Supermodels were within his reach, and several of them danced for the Sharks cheerleaders. She was an idiot to think their paths wouldn't cross at some point in the season. And if Mark proved himself to be the wunderkind everyone thought he was, then she was in for a rude awakening sooner rather than later. Because any woman with eyes would want Mark, and with money and talent at his disposal, Mark could have his pick of the litter. And what would he want with her, the forgotten little street cat from his past? Tessa powered through the rest of her school day, forcing her mind off Mark and all these new insecurities. By the time she was heading home around 3:30, she wasn't sure what to expect. Mark hadn't texted again, and she'd forced herself to not henpeck. At home, she pushed open the front door hesitantly. The rich scent of chicken noodle soup greeted her, followed by laughter. Angus's laugh. Some of the tension left her shoulders, and she dropped her things by the door, drifting toward the kitchen. Angus sat on the kitchen counter near the sink, where Mark was washing dishes. "Mom." Angus still sounded nasally, but he was all smiles as she came over to him and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "How are you feeling, honey?" she asked, squeezing his arms. When Angus shrugged, she turned to Mark expectantly. "He's been resting, but he ate a lot of soup, and we've been having fun. But I think it might be nap time again," Mark said with a wink. "Only because I had enough soup that's gonna make me strong," Angus said. "Super strong. Strong enough to pick me up," Mark promised. Angus giggled. "What do you think, Mom? I'm gonna pick up Mark someday." "I have no doubt you will," Tessa said, patting her son's knee. "Want me to take you up?" "Daddy Mark will," Angus said. "I promised," Mark said. "He was just waiting for me to clean up." "Oh." Tessa crossed her arms, fighting a grin. "Well, by all means." Mark dried off the countertop near the sink before turning to Angus and hoisting him in his arms again. "Be back down a little later," he called out as he clomped up the staircase. Alone in the kitchen, Tessa buried her face in her hands. The sight of the two of them together was almost too much to bear. Just like her own attraction to Mark was becoming too much to bear. And what if something like this became normal? Her new reality? She nibbled on her upper lip as she headed back to her things to unpack that day's lunchbox and get a head start on cleaning up. But as she came back to the kitchen, she realized there wasn't much for her to do. Mark had completely cleaned up after himself, save the giant pot of chicken noodle soup cooling on the stove. Everything was spotless. She couldn't help herself, she had to try the soup. She grabbed a recently washed bowl and served herself a small portion. Sitting at the table, she blew on it a few times before testing a spoonful. Nostalgia immediately washed over her. This wasn't just any old homemade soup. This was Mark's mom's recipe, with that hint of dill at the end that changed everything. Tessa inhaled the bowl of soup. Mark's parents weren't just some shadows that edged their friendship. Mark's parents had been her parents for a while too. After Tessa's mom walked out, she and her father had struggled to find a new rhythm for a few years. Even so, by the time Tessa hit age 13, she was too young and sensitive to be relied upon, yet her father did exactly that, leaving her alone to fend for herself for weeks on end while he went on business trips. One day in particular, Tessa had gotten locked out of the house after school and had nowhere to turn. Her father was 1,000 miles away, and her grandmother wasn't scheduled to stop in that day. She'd cried outside her front door until Mark found her, and she'd spent the rest of the week at his house. His parents had taken her in like one of their own, despite the cramped trailer and house full of siblings. Tessa's own grandmother hadn't seemed too concerned about the fact that her granddaughter was staying at a trailer down the street, maybe even was relieved that she didn't have to make the trip into town every other day to check in on her. But this soup was one of the first dishes she'd ever tried from the Coleridge family, and these flavors had been branded into her subconscious as the best example of warmth and caring. Probably the most warmth and caring she'd had from anyone in her entire life. Her eyes were watering when Mark came back downstairs. She swallowed the big knot in her throat and hurried to wash her dish. "You tried it?" "I sure did," she said. "And? What are you gonna tell my mama? That I screwed up the family recipe?" She laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. You only sorta screwed up the family recipe." When he feigned offense, she swatted at his chest. "I'm a liar. It was amazing. Took me right back to 7th grade. And, well, every year after that." Mark's boyish grin sent her heart racing. But with the excitement came warning bells too. She tamped down the feelings and headed to the dining room table. Maybe if she put some distance between them, she might have a better shot at keeping her cool. "That's what Mama Coleridge is for," Mark quipped, following her to the table. She slid into a chair, but he eyed her curiously. "How was your day?" "Good. You look stressed." She laughed in spite of his astute observation. If only she could share why she was stressed, and that it had everything to do with 6 feet of handsomeness and the way his thick arms called to her like nothing else in her life. "I guess I am. I've never had to handle a sick day for Angus before, you know." "I'd say it went pretty well." "Yeah, it did." She paused, daring herself to meet his gaze again. "Thank you. Honestly. It was no problem, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Let me help you with this resting stress face." Her brows knit together. Resting stress face? He came behind her, his big palms smoothing over her shoulders. "Yes. Like resting bitch face, but for stress." They both dissolved into laughter, but it faded quickly once his big hands started massaging her shoulders. She collapsed back against the chair as his strong but therapeutic rhythm took over. "Oh my God," she moaned. His deep chuckle sent moisture surging between her legs. She'd come over here to get space, but now she was closer to him than ever. And she didn't want to change a thing. "You learn how to massage like this in the NFL?" "Hell no," he said. "I've just got a skill, I guess." "Is this your backup plan?" she croaked. "Because it should be." He let out a low hum, his kneading moving to the sides of her arms. Every inch of her body tingled under his touch. God, she wanted so much more than this. She wanted every last inch of him, on top of her, inside of her. "Let's go into the living room," he suggested. "It'll be better if you sit on the floor and I sit on the couch." She couldn't even open her eyes. "Okay, but I can't move." He moved the chair with her on it, and then a moment later she was in his arms. Her eyes shot open, and she threw her arms around his neck, giggling. "Whoa there," she cried out. That heartbreaker grin was back as he walked them into the living room. "You don't even have to move." She shrieked as he lowered her to the floor, more for fun than anything else. She never doubted that he'd drop her, not back in high school, and least of all now, with these biceps that could double as tree trunks. "All right, he said, nudging her into place between his legs after he sat on the couch. Get ready. I'm so ready, she said, leaning back into his touch as he resumed the massage. Another moan escaped her lips as he found a new knot. Fuck me, that feels good. Mark stilled for a moment, the tension between them skyrocketing. Damn, babe. You trying to kill me? She blinked groggily, not connecting the dots. His hands moved from her shoulders to her neck, and another low moan escaped her. Yeah, you're definitely trying to kill me, he said with a laugh. Finally, his meaning sank in past the blissed-out haze of this unexpected massage. I'm sorry. It just feels so good, she said, her voice wispy. And that's why you sound like you're in a softcore porno, he cracked. Giggles rolled out of her, and she covered her face with her hands. Mark, I can't help it. You're gonna have to, or this massage will need a happy ending. He was joking, but there was an unmistakable edge to his words that seared through her. She felt powerful suddenly. But also hesitant. She wanted to go there so badly. But should she? I assumed you were getting happy endings plenty, now that you're a big-time football player, she said, trying to keep her tone light. He didn't say anything at first, but his hands had moved to her collarbone. He tugged her back further between his legs, and that's when she realized the massage had stopped. Look at me, Tessa. She tipped her head back into his lap, forcing her eyes open. She met his upside-down brown gaze and heat washed through her. You want to have this talk? There was that edge again. The husk that promised so much more. She gulped. I don't know. Do I? He cracked a smile. Only you can answer that, babe. She sighed, her eyes fluttering shut as she rested her head on his massive thigh. Okay. Then yes. I do. Are you single? Yep. Are you? She paused and then nodded. Since I left you. Mark was quiet for a long time. So long that she added, don't worry, I don't expect the same to be true for you. His hands slid a little further down the front of her chest, his fingertips barely brushing the edge of her bra. It felt so good to be covered by him. Gripped by him. Shivers coursed through her entire body, and if she thought too hard about it, she feared fainting. Maybe she'd been stupid to focus so intently on her studies and Angus. Maybe she should have built in some time for release, beyond the occasional night with her hand. You kissed me at the school today. Now you're moaning like I've got you backed up against a wall tearing your clothes off. His voice was hot at her ear when he leaned in to whisper, I think you need that happy ending. She whimpered and then clamped a hand over her mouth. At least now she knew the chemistry between them was as solid as ever. But what should she do with this information? Mark, we can't, she blurted. I mean, yeah, that sounds nice and all, but you're worried I'll get you pregnant again, he said, that light tone returning. She snorted. No. I want Angus to be the focus. I don't want to distract you from getting to know him. You could never. His brown gaze darted back and forth across her face. She could live here forever, lying in his lap, looking up at him, engulfed by his warmth. Whether or not we find our happy ending together, I will always be there for Angus. I swear on my granddaddy's life. She laughed, but she knew he was serious. Now can I kiss you for real? Just say yes to put me out of my misery. Her grin stretched ear to ear. Yes. Get up here. He nudged her to sitting, pulling her up and onto his lap. Except the way she landed was in a full straddle position. Mark's hands rested on her hips, his eyes going hooded. Just one kiss, she whispered, already falling victim to the pulsating desire between them. She fit like a glove in his grip. His big arms encircled her, making their bodies flush. When the tips of their noses brushed, Mark let out a grunt. You are trying to kill me, he murmured. No. Just trying to be smart. Smart, he repeated, and then he pressed his lips to hers. A deep, hungry kiss emerged, one that felt so new but also so familiar to her. They'd kissed a million times in their lives, as the ravenous teens they'd been, but this was something new. The same passion was there but built up, restrained, forced into hiding. One kiss and Tessa realized that the next step wasn't a second kiss. The next step was an erupting volcano. She broke the kiss hurriedly, chest heaving from the effort. "Mark," she began. He groaned, throwing his head back. That was only a half kiss. She laughed in spite of the situation. But her head was spinning. No matter how much she wanted to fall into this, she wanted to do things right. "Let's move slow," she whispered, using all the strength in her body to climb off of him. The realities of a new NFL career combined with her new job and the son they had between them, it demanded a rationale. A plan. Picking Angus up from school on a sick day was one thing, showing up for him on a daily basis was entirely different. Because it wasn't just to protect Angus. It was to protect herself, too. Chapter 8. A week slunk by in endless training, punctuated by another preseason game that saw Mark celebrating new records for his rookie year and plenty of happy pictures and videos from Angus once he was feeling better. Mark was feeling high on life, but maybe that had to do with the fact that he was still high on Tessa's lips from last week. He couldn't get that passionate kiss out of his mind. Sure, Tessa said she wanted to take things slow, but he had a plan. And it started with a Monday night date. They'd been texting daily since last week, sometimes from morning to night. He didn't mind it, in fact, he relished it, even when he had to squeeze the messages in during practice. Finally, it felt like he was getting his best friend back. But with a bonus now, his very own son. Mark had been planning to surprise her with a night out, but as their texts revealed her growing frustrations with what was apparently a very awful Monday, he realized that this night out couldn't be better timed. "I hope you don't have anything going on tonight," he texted after the offensive strategy meeting the team had held. "Because I have plans for you. You're lucky my dad dropped by unannounced with a whole new sack of toys," she typed back. "Because this is a perfect night to slink away. I'm ready to slink and a whole lot more." "We said slow, remember?" Mark grinned. "You ever seen how slow a slinky goes down a staircase? That'll be me." He knew he was being bold as hell, but he couldn't stop himself. She had him drunk and wild on that half kiss from last week, and it was all he could do to stop from begging for naughty pics. Especially since the only time he'd seen her since Angus's sick day was at the school, when he'd stopped by on Friday for lunch with Angus. It had been quick, because he'd squeezed it in during his workday. All he'd gotten from Tessa was a sexy grin and a wink across the hall. "You are too much. But after the day I've had, I can't say no. Can't wait." Mark was antsy to finish up practice for the day, which seemed to drag slower the closer he got to quitting time. He was out the door, showered and ready for his evening, by 5. He headed to the store to grab a few last-minute supplies for the date. Everything else he needed was already loaded in his car, since this idea had been percolating in the back of his mind for a few days. He called Tessa after he'd hit the store. "Hey there." A grin he couldn't control spread across his face. This sort of thing was happening a lot more lately. It felt like he hadn't smiled in years until this past 2 weeks. "I'm officially ready to get our date started. But here's the thing, I have to go there before you to get it ready." "Okay," she said, "but is this a date? I thought we were just doing something fun." "Oh, it's a date. I'm gonna send you the address and hope for the best. Sound good?" She snickered. "How can I say no to that?" They chatted for a little longer before she hung up to get ready. Mark sent her the address, then got on his way. The destination was a little campground on the outskirts of town. His idea was simple, really, the two of them, a starry sky, and an old record player like they used to listen to back at his place growing up. He also brought a bottle of wine, a different kind this time, to shake things up, plastic wine glasses, and a little charcuterie board, since he'd grabbed dinner at the facility and Tessa had said she'd eat with Angus before she left. He got to the campground, about 40 minutes outside of downtown, while the sun blazed low on the horizon. The campground wasn't terribly full, and he'd chosen this one for its woods-lined lake. He drove around for a while before selecting the perfect spot, an empty wooden pier that went out over the water. Just as he started to set up, Tessa texted him that she was on her way. She pulled into the parking lot as Mark stood back to admire his work, the deck chairs, blanket, battery-operated record player, and a cooler full of goodies. And just in time, the sun was ready to touch the horizon. Mark jogged to the shore to flag her down, and when he saw her college t-shirt and tattered jean shorts, his breath evaporated. There was something so simple but effortlessly gorgeous in the way she looked. A messy bun on top of her head, her feet pushed into sandals. He'd told her to come casual, but even this level of casual had his heart racing. There you are. He grabbed her hand, smiling down at her. It wasn't long before he had her tugged into his arms. Tessa propped her chin against his chest, smiling up at him. Hey. You ready for your surprise? I think so. Don't think so, he chided playfully. No so. She giggled, squeezing her arms tighter around his waist. Fine. I know so. Very good. He watched her for a moment, then pressed a kiss to her forehead. Before she could protest, he said, it was a friendly kiss, so it's fair game. He took her hand in his and led her back down the pier. She sighed softly when she got to the deck chairs, looking at him with tenderness in her gaze. This is really sweet, she said softly. Just wanted to watch the sunset, no big deal. He eased into one chair, gesturing toward the other one. Sit down, babe. There's more surprises coming. Once she'd nestled into her spot, he turned toward the record player, poising the needle over the album he'd planned for the evening. They would always while away evenings in his parents' backyard with Tessa's dad's old record player and whatever albums they could scrounge up, sometimes even buying new ones extra cheap at the thrift store. When the song crackled to life, Tessa immediately gasped. Silly love songs. Yep. He leaned back in his chair as their favorite oldie crackled through the record player. This was their favorite song as kids and during the time they'd been a couple. They'd listened to it weekly some months. Just as good as ever. She looked over at him, her eyes watery, before grabbing for his hand. Mark, I'm sorry. For what? He squeezed her hand. Don't cry. I'm not. You're about to. She laughed, swiping away a spilled tear. Okay, fine, you're not wrong. I know there are a million other ways I could have handled the situation after high school graduation. I regret the path I chose. He was silent for a few minutes while Paul McCartney sang. You really hurt me, Tessa, he finally admitted softly. Bad. The pain he'd kept bottled came flooding back for an instant. But he was used to kicking the feelings into submission and shoving them into a far corner of his brain. It was how he coped. The difference was now he knew the reason why she'd broken his heart. Her confession had dulled the sharp edges of his memories, but sometimes they still caught him off guard. She clutched his hand tighter. I know I did. In so many ways. I can't undo the damage, all I can do now is try to be better, for you and Angus. I'm so sorry. Mark closed his eyes and brought her hand to his lips. Tessa drew a deep breath and sniffled. This was supposed to be a fun night, not a therapy appointment. Come here, babe. He pulled her gently. Get in my lap. She didn't even protest. She pushed up out of her deck chair and folded into his lap gratefully, resting her head against his chest. God, you're comfy. I think you meant to say I'm made from pure steel, he teased. Oh, yeah. These days, definitely pure steel, she said with a laugh. But comfy steel. A few moments of pleasant silence drifted by, broken only by the wavering song on the record player. Because it felt like it always did with Tessa. Easy. Natural. Just like home. He stroked her back as they listened, and when the song ended, Tessa shifted against him. Man. These old records were the only thing I had to connect to my dad while growing up, she said, gaze on the horizon where only a sliver of the bloated sun remained. That's all we could connect over. Music. After a pause, she said, I'm glad it's not like that with you and Angus. How's it going with your dad now? Frustrating, I guess. But he's trying. Trying too hard. All I ever wanted was for him to be there, and now that he is, it's just good but not quite right. His version of connecting is filling my house with junk toys and siding with Angus like a schoolboy. I'm sure he's watching Angus chug soda right now, even though I've begged him not to give him soda after 6. But that's what granddaddies do, Mark said, his hands moving from her back to her arms. He'd started massaging her again without realizing it. I know. But it's more than that. It's like he thinks his starting fresh with Angus cancels out the past with me. She swallowed hard, and she shifted on his lap again. No amount of attention can change the past. I'm just glad he's coming around some, Mark said, squeezing her arms. Because now Angus'll have his Granddaddy Black, and soon enough, Grandmama and Granddaddy Coleridge. She grinned up at him. Any date set for them yet? It's hard with my schedule. Because obviously they want the entire family there, and I've only got the worst day of the week as my off day. Tuesday. They work you to death in the NFL, she teased. Gotta earn that paycheck, I guess, he mumbled. She curled up against him, but this time, his cock took notice. Maybe it was in the way she'd started nuzzling his neck, or maybe because he'd caught a whiff of her floral shampoo. Either way, something shifted between them, and he couldn't ignore it. You might have to go back to your own chair soon, miss, he said. Oh, yeah. She moved against him again, and this time, he caught the mischievous look of intent in her gaze. Why's that? A slinky never tells. But I'm feeling something made of pure steel in your pants, she purred, a laughing edge in her voice. Laughter burst out of him. That's precisely the problem. Doesn't seem like a problem to me, she whispered, dragging her lips over his jawline. He inhaled sharply, squeezing the tops of her exposed thighs. You better be careful, he warned. We're in public, and I have no shame. She chuckled throatily, and then planted a kiss on his lips. He grunted, pinning her against him at her hips. If she wanted to take it there, then by all means, he'd follow. They kissed hungrily, passionately, over and over again. Their teeth knocked a couple times in their haste, and as they kissed, Mark's hands slowly rose from her hips to beneath her shirt, finding the warm, silken line of her waist. He had the fabric bunched up at her natural waist before the kisses broke. Holy hell, she whispered, resting her forehead against his. Turn around, babe, he said, tugging at her hips. She had her legs kicked off the side of the deck chair, but he wanted her straddling him again, like on the couch. But the armrests wouldn't allow it. I can't in this chair, she whispered, pressing small kisses along his jawline. But I want to. He grunted, contemplating just moving to the blanket on the ground. It was where he'd planned to start with the wine and the charcuterie board, but apparently their only shared goal tonight was to head for the deep and sexy stuff. But he couldn't fathom disconnecting from her for even a split second, so he'd make do in the chair. Can I go higher? He whispered hotly, gripping the top of her waist. She nodded, and he pushed his hands up. He groaned as he caressed her. You had no intention of keeping things friendly, he growled, rubbing his palms back and forth. That's not fair. Oh, I had plenty of intentions, she said, her voice coming out breathy. I just never planned on following through. He bit gently at the side of her neck, which elicited a shiver from her. She pressed her back against his chest, allowing him free rein with the front of her body. He ran his hands down to her belly, back up to her breasts, while she writhed against him and he nibbled at her earlobe. Okay. Maybe this was a bad idea, she admitted once he was toying with the button on her jean shorts. Oh, yeah. Terrible idea. Because you are gonna be so loud. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mark, she whispered after a long while, and the sun had long since disappeared beneath the horizon. The stars were coming out now, and crickets were the only other soundtrack beside their heavy breathing and the warbling old record player. That was so intense. I know, babe. He pressed a kiss to the top of her forehead. But you needed it. Mama's night out. She laughed weakly, swatting at his arm. Thanks, Daddy. Just doing my duty. He nuzzled the side of her face. So this was moving slow, huh? She shifted, swinging her legs over the side of the chair again, so she could look up at him. As slow as we can manage, she teased. And then he dipped down for a sweet but hungry kiss. Because as long as Tessa was in his life again, he'd be hungry for her. Chapter 9. Tessa flitted into the PE department supply closet at her school later that week. She'd been floating on air since her date night with Mark. The kids seemed to notice the extra pep in her step, too. Work had been extra fun, she had extra energy, and today, she was using recess as a chance to get a head start on that afternoon's science lesson. She hummed as she rummaged through the dimly lit supply closet, tucked into the side of the gymnasium. An idea had occurred to her the night before, a lesson plan pivot that involved golf balls and water as an experiment in density. She'd shown up with the plastic cups, but she hoped, the supply closet would have the golf balls. If not, she'd go with her original plan, show how oil and water would separate. Oh, my God. I know. The distant, feminine voice of a coworker drifted through the mostly shut supply closet door. He's a freaking NFL player. Way too hot for her. Tessa's entire body went hot as she realized that she was her. They were talking about her. She stilled in her search for the golf balls, paralyzed by her indecision about what to do next. He was checking me out when he was here for lunch with his kid anyway, said another coworker. Tessa knew who it was based on the rasp of her voice. The pretty redhead who taught 6th grade math, who Tessa had never been able to click with, no matter how hard she tried. You can tell he's not too excited about Mom, though. Tessa's heart sank, mortification rolling throughout her body. How could they be saying these things about her? About Mark? I don't even understand how they're together. Or if they're together, since she's never mentioned a husband or boyfriend or even an ex before, the first teacher said with a snide laugh. Makes you wonder if he's really the kid's dad. Maybe she's got him trapped somehow. My cousin has a friend who was kid-fished by his ex-girlfriend. She showed up with a kid a few years after they broke up and convinced him it was his. Got away with it for a year, until the real dad showed up, of course. The two burst into laughter. Tessa clutched the edge of the shelf in front of her until her knuckles hurt. I don't know. I just wish she wouldn't try so hard, said the second teacher. Their voices were growing closer now, and Tessa feared they were only steps away from discovering her. She doesn't need to parade around an NFL player in order to get attention. This isn't high school. Nobody's going to vote her prom queen. Besides, bringing him around here like that is just going to get Pastor Mitchell and the parents upset. The door flew open then, and Tessa turned away, trying to hide her stunned face. She didn't want them to see her humiliation and fumbling as she tried to figure out her next step. She blinked a few times, seeing nothing as one of them stepped inside. Just grabbing hockey sticks. Oh, hi, Tessa, said the same redhead who'd accused her of parading Mark around. Tessa swallowed a huge knot and busied herself with scooping up the golf balls she needed. She couldn't even respond, her throat was so tight. She mustered what she hoped was a smile and hurried past her and the other teacher, speed walking through the gymnasium. She didn't stop until she reached the safety of her classroom. Inside, she leaned against the closed door for a few moments, her heart racing. Had she actually overheard all of that? Maybe this was just a bad dream. A sort of waking nightmare. But once she unloaded her golf ball haul and sat at her desk in a daze, she knew the truth. This was reality. And the reality of her situation was that she was working in a school where people were nice to her face, but brutal behind her back. Tessa felt shaky the rest of the day, just one odd look away from a meltdown. She wanted to disappear as much as she wanted to rage, but she had to hold it all in until 3 p.m. rolled around and the kids went home. She managed to keep up a good enough front, and luckily, the golf ball demonstration was distracting enough to actually be fun for her. But once the kids were dismissed and headed for the main doors, Tessa worked double time to finish out her tasks for the day. She craved the safety of home, where she wouldn't feel like everyone around her secretly believed what those two teachers had said. Angus bounded into the classroom a moment later, beaming. "Hi, Mommy. Are you ready to go home yet?" "Almost, sweetie." She offered a brief smile as she packed her bags and grabbed her lunchbox. On their way down the hallway, while Angus chattered about his day, the school nurse approached. "Hey, you two." She pointed at Tessa as they passed each other. "Any chance you could work some magic and get Mark back on his game? He's been all over the place lately. Rookie blues, maybe?" She ended it with a light-hearted laugh, and Tessa wasn't sure how to respond. "Yeah, I'll tell him," she called over her shoulder, entirely unsure if that was playful ribbing or something much more sinister. Had the nurse heard the gossip too? Did she wonder if Mark was Angus's true birth father? Humiliation washed over her again as she herded Angus out the main doors. She didn't want to see anyone at the school again for a long time, but she only had until the next morning to recuperate. Once they were settled into Tessa's hot car, Angus buckled happily in the back seat, and she tried to switch gears. She and Mark were planning on a homemade dinner tonight, at his place. She needed to focus on that. They drove with the windows down through downtown Savannah as Tessa blasted the radio, trying to drown out her thoughts. Angus loved it, bopping along to the music as they made their way home. But all Tessa could think about were all the different humiliations that had shifted her new job from a haven to a battlefield. They really think I parade Mark around? As soon as they got home and Angus was shrieking his way through the front door, jabbering about his day and the fun evening yet to come, Tessa knew she needed to call Mark. The sooner they could get to his house, the better. She needed a distraction, and maybe even a warm shoulder to cry on. She called him before she'd even dropped her bag inside the front door. It rang so many times she thought it would go to voicemail, but he picked up at last. "Hello?" He sounded winded. "Hey. It's me." Butterflies invaded her belly. "Is this a bad time?" "You called at the perfect time," he said, groaning slightly. "I'm just about to go into the meetings. But we're running late today." She knew by now that meant his offensive meetings, which he ended every workday with. "Oh. Well, that's fine, I just wanted to call and see what time we should be over tonight." He sighed, and she could just imagine him rubbing at his face. "Babe, I don't know what time we're gonna wrap up today." She could sense the exhaustion in his voice, not to mention the added layer of unreadability, something extra that she wanted to ask about, though it wasn't the time. "That's fine. Listen, why don't you just come over here? I'll whip something up. That'll be way easier for you. I'm not half the cook you are, but I'm sure you won't complain if I make spaghetti for the second time in a week." He laughed softly. "That sounds great. I'll let you know when I'm on my way." Later that evening, Angus was settling down with a post-dinner movie while Tessa and Mark relaxed on the couch. "All right," Tessa said, tucking her legs underneath her. Angus lay on his belly watching TV just feet away, so it wasn't like this couch session could end up like the first couch session, or their night at the pier. "So what's eating you? Spill it." All they'd managed to cover during dinner was Angus gushing about his school day while Mark inhaled his food. Mark managed a weak laugh, his gaze fixed on the TV where Ice Age played. "It's nothing. You look exhausted and stressed, even though you just filled your belly. Come on." She nudged him with her toe. Mark ran his palm over his forehead. "Practices have been a nightmare the past few days. Coach is all over me, and I feel like I'm being blamed for the Sharks' losing streak." A cold fear jolted through her as she thought back on the nurse's offhand comment earlier that day, but she squashed it. "That can't be right," she said. "I've been watching your games." Tessa pointed out some of the more notable plays he'd made over the past 2 weeks, including the one that made play of the day on ESPN. "Maybe your coach is just pushing you because he wants you to be the best," she concluded. "I bet he's always extra hard on rookies." Yeah, you're right," Mark finally conceded, scratching at the back of his neck. But from the way his gaze drifted again, Tessa could tell he wasn't completely placated by that. "But," she prompted, when his unspoken sentiments became too large to ignore. He let out another sigh. "Coach is only half the problem. I can't tell if I'm meshing with my teammates, you know? He pinched an eye shut as he looked over at her. I've got 2 great friends so far, don't get me wrong, but there are some guys that just, Mark trailed off, shaking his head. I try to be helpful, I try to be there for them, but I just feel like I'm in the way. Issues with work colleagues, Tessa could certainly relate. Except now wasn't the time to add even more to Mark's plate. Well, how are you trying to be there for them? Kind of like what I did when I was team captain in college, Mark said. Giving advice. Suggesting extra training. Stuff like that. Well, maybe instead of giving advice, you should be asking for it. Right? People love that. Mark perked up a little, the most since he'd set foot in her house. Yeah. That's a good idea. Show them you're a team player. But beyond that, I'm sure these are just normal growing pains. You're getting used to a new team. You have a new status, and you're learning new rules. When Mark looked relieved by that, she checked that Angus was watching the movie before leaning over to press a quick kiss to his cheek. You're doing great. A dimple flashed in Mark's cheek as he slung his arm around her shoulders and pulled her into him. She snuggled up into his side, relishing the warmth and sturdiness of him beside her. But her heart still raced, thinking about what had happened at the school. Except now just wasn't the time to share it with him. How could she? The last thing he needed was to hear about how his job was also causing issues in her life. They watched the movie together, cuddled up like old times. When Angus finally glanced behind him, his face lit up when he spotted them. Mom, he said softly, sitting up. Are you and Mark gonna get married? She laughed, though the innocent question made her chest tight. We're just watching the movie with you, honey. Angus narrowed his eyes but reluctantly returned to watching the movie. She looked up at Mark, who had a warm smile waiting for her. But she swore she caught something more dancing in his gaze, her own insecurities reflecting back at her. Angus getting close to Mark was one thing, but what about when Angus got attached to the idea of her and Mark together forever? She'd only been thinking about not wanting to interfere in Mark's process of getting to know his son. She never realized that their closeness might ignite Angus's hope for a permanent family of 3. And what happened if they got together and it didn't lead to marriage? What then? Would Angus's heart break? The questions swarmed her, making her tired after the long day of doubts and humiliation. Instead of trying to find a solution, she rested her head against Mark's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. She'd figure things out a different day. Chapter 10. A week later, Mark was in the final stretch of his workday, offensive meetings, and trying his damnedest to stop watching the clock. Every inch of him vibrated with desire to get the hell out of there. Not because he couldn't stand it, but because his family had gotten to his place that afternoon for an extended stay in which they would finally meet Angus. He'd been looking forward to this since he and Tessa had started planning the get-together. She wanted to be there too. After all, Mark's family was practically her family too, and this marked year 6 that she hadn't seen any of them. By the time the meetings ended and the team was heading to the locker rooms to grab their things, Mark was at the head of the crowd. He made quick work of packing his bags, and when he shut his locker, Pete was on the bench, touching his right shoulder again. Mark paused, reminding himself not to go there with Pete again. They'd played just fine since that awkward exchange a couple weeks back, but Mark didn't want to rock the boat further. Pete must have caught him staring because he said, "Something you'd like to say, Coleridge? Maybe got some more advice for me?" Instead of letting the comment weigh him down, Mark thought back to what Tessa had told him. "Actually, I was wondering if you could let me know what you ended up doing for that shoulder. I've been going really hard, and I might be overdoing it. Plus, I think I plateaued." Pete looked suspicious for a moment, but finally nodded. "Yeah, well, what my trainer told me has been helping. I can show you when we're on weights next. I'll spot you." Relief spread through him as he nodded. Maxwell joined them a moment later. "Hey, you two going out to Ernie's after this?" Ernie's was a mainstay restaurant for the Sharks, but Mark had only gone with the team one time so far, at the start of the preseason. "Yeah, I'll be there." Pete jerked his chin toward Mark. "What about you, Coleridge? You should come. Man, I'd love to, but my family just got into town. He hated to turn down an offer for a casual evening with the team, especially since they didn't have them all the time. My girl is coming over later with our son, and he'll be meeting Grandma and Granddad Coleridge for the first time. Damn. That's pretty big. Maxwell squeezed his shoulder. Have fun with that. Family comes first, man. I get it. You'll catch the next one, Pete offered. Mark slung his bag over his shoulder and bumped fists with both of his teammates before he left the locker room. The evening was humid and golden as he headed for his car in the crowded parking lot. He still felt like he was on Coach's shit list, but right now, it didn't matter. Because he was about to have his family at his place for a full week, and his parents, granddad, and sister were going to meet Angus. As far as he was concerned, life was perfect. With a chance of getting even better, now that he and Tessa were on the mend. He blasted rock music as he drove with the windows down through Savannah. This was the first time his whole family would be staying with him at the same time, and he was glad he'd rented a bigger house than he initially thought he'd need. He still fought off the echoes of his deprived childhood. The push to stay small, make do and penny pinch. But everything was different now. There would never not be enough space for all of them. Except now that Angus was in the picture, he was thinking he should have gotten a 5-bedroom. His goal was to keep his family comfortable. Which meant the football checks needed to keep coming. He needed to keep proving himself as the rookie. This was his only shot at living the life of his dreams. Mark parked inside the parking garage and hurried in. He was barely in the front door when he caught the telltale smells of his mama's cooking seeping out into the hallway. With a big grin, he turned the corner to the kitchen and found his entire family smiling back at him. Welcome home, honey. His mama tossed the dish towel she'd been using over her shoulder and swept toward him for a big hug. He was barely 2 steps inside the door when a hug line formed, first his mama, then dad, granddad, and finally his younger sister Anita. There's my football star, his granddad said, clapping him on the back as he finally set his things down and came into the living room. Now where's that grandbaby of mine? His mama asked, cocking a hip. Mark checked his phone. He and Tessa had been sending check-in texts all day, like most days, and everything was on schedule. Be here in about a half hour. And you guys gotta go easy on the big guy, okay? He's gonna get overwhelmed if you make a huge fuss. How could we not make a fuss? His mama demanded. He's our only grandbaby. For now, his dad added, sending a meaningful look toward Anita. Anita rolled her eyes. Daddy. Stop. I told you, I'm not interested in anything men have to offer. Mark chuckled. His baby sister was fresh out of college, they'd graduated in the same year, despite being 2 years apart, and fresh out of her 3-year college relationship. Give it time. Oh, sure, you become a dad and get on their side, Anita chided playfully, swatting his shoulder. I can't wait to meet my nephew, though. Maybe he'll change my mind. See? His mama clapped her hands together. That's the type of positivity I like to hear. Mark laughed, settling into the couch as his family continued bantering and joking around. They'd already hashed out the topic of why Tessa chose to not tell him, and though they'd been upset at first, they'd come to understand Mark's position on it. Now, everyone was simply excited to move forward. He loved being around them, and everything felt lighter now that he'd been able to start injecting some of his earnings into their lives. He'd upgraded Mama and Dad's car, Granddad's car, and helped put a down payment on a home Anita purchased after graduation. This was what he'd dreamt of. And that was on less than half a year's paychecks. When the soft knock sounded against his front door, his mama gasped. Is that them? Mark couldn't fight his grin. He pulled open the door, finding Tessa and Angus smiling up at him. Daddy. Angus said, launching into Mark's arms. He laughed, lifting him easily, while the whole family crowded around. From there, it was a flurry of introductions and greetings. His family darted between hugging Tessa and making lengthy introductions to Angus, who perched happily in Mark's arms. Both of them were wide-eyed and loving it, Mark could tell. Angus, thrilled to be meeting a second grandpa and his first grandma, and Tessa, to be reuniting with some of the oldest almost family members of her life. "Let's get set up for dinner," his mama suddenly exclaimed. "These shrimp and grits won't eat themselves." "Ooh, I can't believe you made shrimp and grits," Tessa said, pressing her hand to her forehead. "I've dreamed about your recipe for the past 5 years." "Well, honey, today is your lucky day." His mama got busy in the kitchen, and Mark gently set Angus down. "Go help your grandmama and granddaddy get ready for dinner," he whispered to Angus, who nodded and skipped away. Turning to Tessa, he nudged her hip. Even though she had an "everything is perfectly fine" smile on her face, he could tell something was gnawing at her. "Everything good?" She opened her mouth to respond but faltered. Hesitation lingered in her gaze. "Yeah. I don't really want to get into it right now. I want to have a good dinner." He lowered his head, pinning her with a look. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "I am. I swear. I'll fill you in later." Mark gave her hip a gentle squeeze, and they both rejoined the fray. Soon, dinner was served and everyone had their heads bowed in prayer. And then they were digging into Mama's shrimp and grits and his granddad's homemade cornbread. Appreciative groans filled Mark's brightly lit dining room, and even Angus seemed to be impressed. "You like your grandmama's cooking?" Mark asked, nudging Angus with his elbow. "This is the best food I've ever had," he gushed. "Get used to it, my little buddy," Mark's mama promised. "Grandmama's gonna feed you like this all the time." Tessa laughed, nodding at Angus. "It's true. She did the same to me and your daddy and your Aunt Anita while we were growing up. Had to keep these growing kids fed," she proclaimed. "The best meals I've ever had were all at your house," Tessa said, smiling sweetly over at Mark's mama. His chest tightened when he caught his mama wink her way. The thought of a warm, happy future for him, his family, and Tessa was more than he could have imagined. But having her and Angus here now, it was clear to him that he wanted her at his side. Not just as Angus's mom, but as his girlfriend. And the fuzziness of where things sat for them right now only made him more anxious to get to that happy place in the future. They all chatted easily throughout dinner, switching between more recent news on individual fronts and classic stories that delighted and amused Angus. By the time they had finished eating, Tessa offered to clean up. "No, sweetie, that's not necessary," Mark's mama said. "I insist," Tessa said. "You came all this way, made this amazing dinner. Now you ought to relax." "Besides," Mark said, pushing his chair out, "y'all need to keep filling in Angus on some of these family stories." Mark's family herded Angus into the living room while Mark and Tessa worked to clear the table. She had a lazy grin on her face. "I'm so full, and so happy," she said once they made it into the kitchen. She blinked slowly as Mark pulled her into his arms, unable to stop himself. "Well, that sounds good to me." "It is." She rested her chin on his chest. "I'm so happy we could do this." "Me too." He swiped his thumb along her hairline, wanting to dip down for a kiss, and a lot more, but deciding against it while the family was in the other room. They fell into an easy rhythm of loading the dishwasher and organizing the kitchen, but after a while, Mark noticed her smile had drooped. "Now will you fill me in on what's happening?" he asked. She sighed. "It's work." "Not good, I take it." "Well, we've sorta been a hot topic among the staff." She nibbled on her upper lip as she dropped a handful of forks into the dishwasher. "And today, the head of school called me in to lecture me on my priorities." He stilled, swinging to look at her. "What did you say?" "He thinks I'm not focusing on the job as much as I should be," she said in a low voice. "Are you kidding me? I've never met anyone more dedicated than you." She deflated slightly, reaching for a dish towel. "It's complicated. There's been a lot of gossip, Anne." "What gossip?" She squeezed her eyes shut. "It's just stupid stuff." "About what?" "Nothing." She started wiping the counter down, but Mark could tell there was way more to the story. "Doesn't seem like nothing," he commented, reaching for the dishwashing soap. Why don't you tell me the truth? What are they gossiping about? She sighed again. They're gossiping about me. About us. When Mark's eyes felt like they were about to pop out of his head, she added, some of the other teachers dislike the fact that we're linked, I guess. I'm getting the sense that they think it's just a gold digger scenario. Like I'm using Angus as a way to get money from you. They think it's going to upset Pastor Mitchell, who's the head of the board of trustees, and all the religious parents. That is goddamn ridiculous, he spat. I know, she said, slowly wiping down the countertops, as though each swipe of the towel used all her energy. The head of school is blaming this on me. He thinks I'm being disruptive by bringing in a football star for show and tell, his words, not mine. Mark's blood started pumping harder, and the back of his neck went hot. I'm his father. How exactly am I supposed to come visit him without showing up? I believe it's fine for you to be there for Angus, she said, but the defeat was evident in her voice. They just have a problem with how I'm handling things, I guess. Tessa, this doesn't make any sense. She stopped wiping down the countertops and pressed 2 fingers to her temple. Believe me. I know. I'm working it out, though. There is no fucking reason. He paused when he realized he was practically shouting. He took a second to calm down before continuing. There is no fucking reason that you can't live the life you have. What does it matter if I'm in the NFL? Mark. Tessa's hand on his forearm reminded him he was shouting again. He jerked his hand through his hair and leaned against the counter. What do they want from us? He asked, but as soon as the question left his lips, his mind started turning. I don't know, she admitted glumly. It's a snobby religious, school. Maybe it's because we're not a traditional family. He crossed his arms, his mind going back to an upcoming event on the Sharks' social calendar. A pre-season charity gala that he admittedly hadn't paid much attention to, simply because he hadn't been able to wrap his head around planning for something like that at the NFL level. But now, it was clear. He'd be going. And he'd be bringing Tessa. I know, he said suddenly. There's a gala in 2 weeks to benefit the local children's hospital. It's one of the Sharks' pre-season social events. There are others during the regular season, but this is the first one. Let's go together. That way, we can show the world and your gossipy coworkers what's really going on. She lifted a brow. Actually, I'd like to know what's really going on. He expelled a breath, closing the distance between them in one step. You tell me, babe. You're the one who wants to take it slow. But I'm ready to show the world that we're together. We might not be the most traditional family, but we're a damn family. She smiled up at him, warmth radiating from her gaze. I think I like that idea. I'll make sure the newspapers splash the headlines, too. Local elementary teacher and NFL rookie are definitely dating. She's not a gold digger, thanks. Sound good? She collapsed against his chest in a fit of giggles, and he squeezed his arms around her. This time, when she looked up at him, he didn't even care that his parents were in the other room. He dipped down and took that slow, thorough kiss he'd been dreaming of since the last one. Chapter 11. 2 days later, Tessa felt like she was about to have a meltdown in the upscale boutique. These price tags were heinous, but her shopping partner Anita was completely unfazed. Besides, they had flutes of white wine that Anita insisted would help their decision-making process. Oh, let's try this one on too, Anita murmured, taking a sparkly red dress off the rack and tossing it over her arm. This trip to the boutique had been Mark's idea, which Anita eagerly latched onto. Tessa seemed to be the only one who was at all hesitant about the idea of spending so much money on a dress that would be worn only once. Nita, Tessa began, eyeing the worrying pile of dresses accumulating in her old friend's arms. I think we have enough options by now. I'll go try on. We have to find the dress, Anita insisted, not taking her eyes off the next rack of dresses. A sales clerk lingered nearby and had already offered an opinion a handful of times as Anita asked questions about Tessa's complexion and fabric combinations. It's not like I'm getting married or anything, Tessa said. Anita cast her a wry grin over her shoulder. You're right. But that dress hunt will take even longer, I can promise you. Tessa couldn't help but laugh. Truthfully, it wasn't the getting dolled up part that bothered her. It was strictly the price tag. She knew that Mark made good money, as in a lot of money, but that didn't mean he needed to be frivolous. He'd already purchased 3 new cars, moved into a pricey house with an Olympic-sized pool, and helped Anita finance a house. She couldn't help but worry about his future and his finances. Sure, the sudden money influx was great. But how long would it last? And what would he do when the big bucks dried up? Okay. We have enough. Time to show them off. Anita sent her a devilish grin, and the two made their way to the sales clerk, who led them into a lushly carpeted dressing area. The clerk helped hang the dresses across 3 hooks, and then excused herself, leaving Tessa inside the curtain partition while Anita lounged in an overstuffed chair just outside. Can't wait for the fashion show, Anita said in a sing-song voice. Tessa laughed as she began to undress. You know I'm still going to pick the cheapest one, right? I'll be the judge of that, Anita replied. Mark gave me strict instructions, and I can't disobey my big brother. Heat spread through her at the information. Oh, did he? Tessa checked herself out in the mirror once she was undressed to her bra and panties. She bit at her bottom lip, liking what she saw, and maybe Mark would too. She grabbed her phone and snapped a sexy picture of her but in the mirror. Girl, he wants you to look fine on his arm. My brother has never fallen for anyone but you, and he's ready to show you off to the world. Anita's words warmed her. Tessa wanted that too, truthfully. The buzz of being around Mark's family again, and Angus being fully embraced by everyone in his life, it all made her feel dizzy. Practically drunk. Like this was the reality she'd always dreamt of but been too scared to hope for. Like she'd subconsciously feared her past mistakes might have prevented them from accepting Angus. But now that everything was coming together, she was feeling more ready to advance with Mark. And this gala signified that next step. Tessa sent off her half-naked selfie before trying on the first dress, a royal blue scoop neck that clung to her body perfectly. When she pulled back the curtain, Anita gasped. Oh my God, that's the one, she gushed. Tessa laughed. I haven't even tried on the others. Besides, I didn't look at the price tag. Well, damn, girl. That one's a strong contender, at least. Tessa looked back in the mirror in her dressing room, turning from side to side. You think? It seems a little, I don't know, risque. What do you mean risque? It's tasteful but sexy. Tessa frowned, facing Anita. But is it too much? I mean, I'm a small-town girl at heart, Anita. This whole celebrity charity event is way out of my comfort zone. I don't want to show up looking off. Like I'm trying too hard, or worse. Anita cocked her head. Trust me, this is not off. It's not even a lot. But there are plenty of other dresses to try on. What's the fun if you don't feel pretty in the dress? You have to feel good in it. Tessa nodded, looking down at herself. Truth is, I want to feel good. But I want to make sure I represent my life well, too. This is my chance to rehabilitate my image at work. I don't want them to look at me and confirm their suspicions that I'm a gold digger or some kind of loose woman. Anita threw her head back and laughed. Excuse me, what now? A gold digger? Loose? Anyone who looks at you and sees gold digger, their opinion does not count. Now get your butt in there and try on the next one. Tessa cycled through the next 7 dresses, loosening up a little bit more with each dress. One made her feel like a martini shaker, while another had such a low, scooping neckline she had to snap another picture for Mark. When she returned to her phone, he'd sent a long string of texts in response to her half-naked selfie. Oh my God. Legs for days. You're killing me, and the plane is about to taxi. I don't get to see you for 3 more days, babe. How is this fair? She grinned and fired off the newest picture. Mark's last preseason game was in Phoenix, and today was the team's travel day. Which meant Angus got a full weekend with his grandparents, and Tessa was out spending Mark's hard-earned money. The whole concept made her feel giddy. This was honestly what Mark had always wanted for himself and his family. He'd always dreamt of providing. But the giddiness was paired with wariness, because what about the long term? It was a question Tessa couldn't shake the longer things went on. Mark replied to her sexy over-the-shoulder shot almost instantly. Holy hell, you're making this flight really hard, babe. Desire rippled through her. Her own wish to take things slow was proving a difficult one to honor, especially since Mark was the living embodiment of tanned, ripped NFL player. His smile alone could take her breath away, and she'd replayed their evening at the pier too many times in her head since that night. Come on, let's see one more, Anita said, pushing a new dress into the fitting room. I just took one last look around, and I think this one has your name on it. Okay, but only if you say so, Tessa said. She carefully stepped into the emerald green dress. Floor length. Understated yet elegant. It swished when she twirled and fit like it was made for her. When Tessa pulled back the curtain, Anita gasped. Now that is the one, she declared. I think so too, Tessa said, turning from side to side in the mirror. She already knew what shoes she'd pair with it, something she already had, so less expense. Anita came up behind her and checked the tag. And lucky you, Anita said. One of the cheaper ones in here. Looks like we found the one, Tessa said, sharing an excited smile with Anita. Thanks to you. I think I would have just left here in tears if you hadn't been here to help me. This is what I was born to do, Anita said, and then pulled her into a warm hug. It's so good to be seeing you again. I hope you won't stay a stranger, now that everything is out in the open. I won't, Tessa said, wiping away a sudden tear. I promise. I'm so thankful that you and your family can still welcome me at all. I've always seen you as a sister, that never changed. Anita smiled, squeezing the sides of her arms. And if we're lucky, that'll become law someday, won't it? Tessa laughed, swatting at her arm. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ahead? Anita demanded. You two have been inseparable since 7th grade. I'd say you're actually behind on things. The two of them chatted and laughed together as Tessa changed back into her clothes and gathered their things to leave. When it came time to pay, Anita dug out Mark's credit card and handed it to the sales clerk gleefully. You enjoyed that way too much, Tessa teased. You bet your bottom I did, Anita said with a devilish grin. Tessa watched the clerk ring up the dress, which went for just a little over $1,000, feeling like she was in a dream. Everything was changing so fast. Angus was part of both families. They were establishing a new normal, while re-establishing some previous norms. It all felt exciting and thrilling, almost like a fairy tale. But as the clerk began to pull a silver bag over the satiny dress, Tessa's mind wandered further. It was thrilling at the same time it was terrifying. This new fairy tale life meant more galas. More red carpet events. More gossip. If Mark became a celebrity and partook in this lavish lifestyle, well, that brought her along with him. And the biggest problem with a real-life fairy tale? It didn't exist. Tessa's life had taught her that. Chapter 12. You ready for this, Coleridge? James gripped Mark's shoulders and jostled him from behind. Mark laughed, glancing down at Tessa at his side. The following Thursday night, it was her first time meeting the team, but more importantly, it was their first important event together. He was excited, but more than that, he couldn't stop looking at Tessa in this damn green dress. It's gonna be a good night, Maxwell said, joining in on the jostling. Tessa giggled as Mark's friends accosted him. Guys, watch the hair, Mark said, smoothing his palm over his side-swept blonde locks. I paid my stylist a lot of fucking money for this do. Maxwell snorted. Shut up. You don't have a stylist. He does, Tessa piped up. And I'm her. He paid me nothing, don't let him lie to you. A chorus of uhas erupted from his friends, and Mark relished the teasing. He'd known he could count on his buddies to help him ease into this first event. It's why they'd met up around the corner from the palatial event hall. Mark wasn't fully interested in the ongoing schedule of fancy events, but with his football friends and his high school sweetheart on his arm, it wasn't so bad. Damn, Mark. She's not afraid to call you out, James tooted. That's the kind of woman we should all have, Mark said, sliding his arm around Tessa's waist. James smirked as they approached the red carpet. Sure. But not for a while, okay? Tessa laughed. Do you have a time limit? Yeah, James replied. Single until I feel like it. Up ahead, a few other teammates were paused by journalists, sharing a few words, or hamming for the cameras. The evening had turned the sky into a brilliant mix of burnt orange and pinks as the sun sank toward the horizon, which only made Tessa look more beautiful. You ready for this? He asked her quietly before they reached the official start of the red carpet. We could still turn back. She looked up at him, nervousness dancing in her gaze. But he saw excitement there too. Oh, no. No turning back now. Not after you bought me this dress. They stepped onto the carpet. Mark held his grin as they advanced, though he could feel the cameras flashing around them. They were officially in the celebrity bubble now, and the energy buzzed hot here. 5 steps in and a reporter stopped Mark for some questions. Mark Coleridge. Can you chat for a second? A pretty brunette flashed a grin at him, then zoned in on Tessa. Who's your date tonight? This is one of the most important people in my life, Mark said, smiling down at her. My best friend since 6th grade and the mother of my child. The reporter's brows shot up. Oh. I didn't know you had a child. Tell us about them. We have a 5-year-old son named Angus. I'm sure he's a looker like his daddy, the reporter went on. Can we see a picture of him? I don't think so, Mark said. Maybe you'll catch him on the sidelines during a game, but that's it. Another reporter stepped in, asking him a few questions about his thoughts on the upcoming season. James and Maxwell were similarly trapped, giving sound bites and smiling for pictures. By the time Mark broke away, he could see James and Maxwell attempting the same. He guided Tessa past the huge, gilded doors and into the impressive lobby of the theater. Tessa sucked in a breath, her gaze skating all over the room. Oh my lord. Mark nodded slowly as he took it all in. This was a charity ball to fund specific cutting-edge hospital programs, but it was clear that the emphasis was on the ball's side. Everything glittered, both people and surroundings. The floors gleamed, practically reflective, and white columns dotted the expansive lobby. Ornately framed photos hung on the walls, detailing benefactors or founders that Mark didn't recognize. Servers flitted around the area, carrying trays of hors d'oeuvres and champagne flutes. Tessa's grip on his arm tightened. Oh my God. Is that Jessie Musgraves? Tessa hissed, her eyes glued to the popular country singer across the room. Oh, yeah. She's married to my teammate. Didn't you know that? No, Tessa hissed. Oh my God. I wonder if I can get her autograph. Mark laughed, but it faded as he spotted someone heading his way, eyes laser-focused on him. Are you Mark Coleridge? The refined man asked, extending his hand. He was neatly groomed and shaved and wore a black suit, like the majority of the men here tonight. I am, Mark said, shaking the man's hand. And you are? Randall Beckman, the head of the Savannah Children's Hospital, the organizer of this event. His grin widened. And I must say to you, in person, thank you for your exceedingly generous donation tonight. Mark grinned. He'd sent ahead a donation to a particular program that had caught his eye, not planning on attending the event unless absolutely necessary. But he was dying to start supporting good causes now that he could. It was my pleasure. Your program does a lot of work pro bono for kids in need, and I respect that. My own family could have benefited from something like that after my sister's accident when she was 9. A hospital like yours could have saved my family years of heartache and debt. Anita had required 6 months of intensive care after a go-kart crash that had nearly killed her. Fundraisers and state aid could only take his family so far. They felt the financial repercussions of that crash for a full decade afterward. Randall clapped Mark on the back. Well, we're happy to do what we do. And with donations like yours, we plan to do it for many years to come. The group chatted a bit longer before Randall left to find other donors who needed a personal thanks. Tessa turned to Mark with a raised brow. You donated already? We're hardly 10 feet inside the door. Mark felt his neck get hot. It's important. I never realized it was so hard on your family after Anita's accident. Your house was always a safe haven for me. I never imagined it could have been anything other than happy. Don't get me wrong, we were usually happy. But there are other kids out there like me when I was growing up. Like you, too. I want to help them if I can. Tessa smiled up at him before rising onto her tiptoes, pressing a kiss to his lips. You're really the best, you know that? The two of them floated through the evening, never leaving each other's sides. While James and Maxwell found new, pretty girls to chat with every so often, joking that between the two of them, their good looks offered something for everyone, Mark and Tessa only had eyes for each other. Dinner came and went in a delicious blur, wine was drunk, speeches made. To memorialize his first big event, Mark handed Pete his phone to take a picture of him, Tessa, James, and Maxwell, then got swept up in another photo shoot with Randall Beckman and some fans of the team. When he finally retrieved his phone and returned to their table, he saw that it was 9 o'clock already. Both he and Tessa were yawning. Are we old already? She teased. Can't stay up past 9 on a night out? Mark laughed. Guilty. He took her hand, bringing it to his lips. How about we head home and see what else we can squeeze in between before we fall asleep for real? She wiggled her eyebrows at him. Now that's some sexy talk. He laughed, leaning closer. His lips hovered near hers without finalizing the kiss. If we're lucky, we'll both stay up long enough to take all our clothes off. Her eyes flashed, and she brushed her lips against his ever so gently. That might make me stay up a little longer, actually. If you get naked. Full naked, he prompted, brushing his nose against hers. Or just naked like that night on the pier? Her eyes fluttered shut, and he knew he'd gotten her. He was half-hard in the middle of the event hall and couldn't care less. I think we should go for full naked this time. Mark closed the remaining distance between them, planting his lips against hers in a juicy, hungry kiss, signaling the next chapter of the evening. When they broke apart, Tessa croaked, I think it's time to go home. My thoughts exactly. He gripped her chin between thumb and forefinger and snagged one last kiss. My place or yours? She hesitated for a moment. Angus was staying with Mark and his family, which meant they could enjoy a child-free night, and morning, at her house. But only if she wanted to. Mine, she whispered. And as far as he was concerned, that was the green light he'd been waiting for. He pushed to standing, rushing through goodbyes with James, Maxwell, and the other teammates nearby. Tessa waved, trailing behind him, as they hurried out of the event hall and to the valet. He wrapped his arms around her as they waited at the curb. Does this mean I get to sleep in your bed tonight? He asked. No. I expect you to stay in the guest room, she said, slapping his arm. Not a chance, he growled before snagging another kiss. By the time the kiss broke, his car was at their side. He tipped the valet, opened Tessa's door for her, and then got into the driver's seat. Tessa had hearts in her eyes as he shifted and drove the car away. Traffic wasn't bad this time of night. The air hung sultry and fragrant, a perfect precursor to whatever was about to happen at Tessa's house. He drove with his fingers laced between hers. Just like they'd done in high school, just as he planned to do for as long as she'd let him. Back at her house, she didn't make it 4 steps before he scooped her up in his arms. She giggled, throwing her arms around his neck as he carried her toward the door. He bent so that she could open the door with her key, and then burst through the door into the darkened house. He fumbled to find the switch while she happily kicked her feet. Golden light filled the hallway, and Mark shut the door behind him. Their eyes locked. The house was perfectly silent. The night was theirs. Chapter 13. The next morning Tessa woke up with her pelvis aching. Natural consequences of having mind-blowing sex with an NFL player, she supposed. He'd never been able to be truly gentle with her, even in high school. And now? Well, it wasn't like she could complain. She wanted it exactly how he gave it to her. She smiled as she opened her eyes, finding the room unnaturally bright. Realization washed over her in waves. First, Mark was gone. Second, voices from downstairs and then the front door shutting. The excited undertones of Angus's voice reached her next, and she comprehended what was going on. Mark's parents had brought Angus over, and he was coming home to find his parents at home together. Her heart swelled at the same time anxiety spiked through her. She didn't want to give him false hope, but then again, all signs pointed to this being a reoccurring event. She slipped out of bed and dressed quickly. By the time she'd come downstairs, Angus was seated at the dining room table, humming to himself, and Mark was scrambling some eggs at the stove. "Morning, sleepyhead," Mark said, sending her a teasing smile. He wore mesh workout shorts and a plain gray t-shirt. Too delectable for words. "Morning, Mommy," Angus chirped. She ruffled his hair and sat down beside him. "Did you sleep well last night with Gram and Grandad?" she asked. "Oh, yeah. We had so much fun. They even let me stay up late." She sent a shrouded look at Mark, who only shrugged. "Well, you got enough sleep, right? You ready for school today?" "So ready," Angus said, kicking his feet. They had a blast, Mark chimed in, coming to the table with 3 plates of toast and eggs. "What's on your bread?" Angus asked, pointing at Mark's plate. "Green eggs and ham?" Mark grinned. "No, that's avocado on my toast. Your dad's gotta be big and strong to play all this football, you know." He slid into his seat and wasted no time crunching into his crispy toast. "And that requires healthy fats and the occasional yoga class." Tessa's brow lifted as she looked over at Mark. "Yoga too, huh?" "Oh, yeah. It's Friday. So I've got my elective, and I chose yoga." He sent her a devilish grin. "But I've gotta eat fast. I was supposed to leave," he checked his phone, "right now." "You go on," Tessa said, shooing him. "I've got this. Angus and I don't have to leave for another half hour." "Thanks, babe." He downed his toast, chugged some orange juice, and then pressed a kiss to Tessa's and Angus's foreheads. "You guys have a good day, okay? I'll see you after work." "Bye, Daddy," Angus called out, twisting in his chair to watch Mark hurry out the door. Tessa smiled to herself as they ate. It was only once they'd finished and she was washing dishes that she realized she hadn't looked at her phone once. But after cleaning up from breakfast, she realized she didn't have much time to put herself together if she wanted to get them to school on time. So she hurried to the bathroom, took a quick shower without washing her hair, and slipped into jeans and a loose blouse for casual Friday. After a quick base of makeup, she grabbed her phone and scooted out the door with Angus, right on time. Her phone chirped a time or two as she and Angus got settled into the car, but she ignored it. Whoever it was could wait. Only when she'd pulled out onto the road did her phone start buzzing with a phone call. It was the head of school, Robert. Frowning, she answered it quickly. "Hello? Tessa. Good morning." There was an awkward pause from the other end. "Are you on your way in?" "Yes. I just left my house. Is everything okay? Once you get Angus settled in, I'd like you to stop by my office." Another awkward pause, and this time, all Tessa could think was what in the hell is going on here? "Okay," she prompted. Again, "Is everything okay?" "We need to chat," he said firmly. "And we need to go over some strategy." She blinked a few times, struggling to piece together this information. "Have my lesson plans not been up to par?" "No, it's not," Robert sighed. "Listen, we'll talk when you get here. My office, first thing, okay?" The line went dead, and Tessa couldn't ignore the painful lurch in her gut. Nothing made sense. Robert didn't make courtesy calls like this. Something was wrong. As she set her phone into the dash holder, the preview screen lit up. 20 messages awaited her. Countless social media notifications. 3 missed calls. She swallowed hard and pulled over onto the side of the road. This was too weird. She needed to figure out what was going on. Mom, what are we doing? Angus asked. I just need to check my phone really quick, she said, trying to keep her voice calm. Normal. Unlike the swirl of dread currently cycling through her. And you know what I always say, no texting and driving. No texting and driving, Angus parroted back. With shaky hands, she opened up the slew of waiting messages. Some were from her father, others from college friends. One was from a coworker with bulging emoji eyes and a link. She touched the link, nibbling at her upper lip as the page loaded. And then she found out what the fuss was about. Why Robert had called her into the office. Why her father was asking if she was okay. Her nearly naked picture had been splashed across the internet, and the world was eating it up. Everything around her ground to a halt as she absorbed the new truth of her world. One online magazine asked, NFL rookies GF, hot enough for Playboy? Another outlet had splashed the photo alongside other notorious NFL girlfriends, begging viewers to compare and choose their favorite, with the promise that whoever won would be contacted for a potential modeling gig. Yet another website decried Tessa for trying to steal the limelight from the Sharks, with an accompanying comment section ripping into every girlfriend of every NFL player ever. How had the photo gotten out? Mom, we're going to be late, Angus reminded her, his sweet voice breaking through the haze of her horror. You're right. She swallowed hard, trying to reorient herself. She looked at the car clock without digesting the information. We'll be heading out soon. Just a second. She addressed the rest of her social media notifications, all friends trying to figure out why she was suddenly a mildly pornographic NFL girlfriend, and shut off her phone with a disgusted frown. None of this made sense. Especially because she'd sent that photo to Mark. Not to the media. Not to a journalist. Not to anyone other than her best friend and former boyfriend, Mark. So how the hell had the internet gotten a hold of it? She racked her brain as she drove, cranking up the music so that Angus might at least be distracted from her sour descent into her thoughts. Was it possible that Mark himself had leaked the photo? She squinted as she drove, unable to piece together these thoughts. He was still the same old Mark he'd always been, wasn't he? She felt like she was walking on glass as she herded Angus toward the school building under the bright, hot sun. Inside, she quickly took him to his classroom, where he was always one of the first to show up, and then bypassed her own classroom in favor of going straight to Robert's office. As she stepped inside the administration lobby, a few of the administrative assistants averted their eyes. Is Robert here? She asked the nearest employee. Yeah, you can go on back. She waved Tessa in. Nobody had looked her in the eye still. Humiliation returned to her, a swift punch in the gut, and unfortunately familiar. When she got to Robert's office, the door was open. He gestured for her to join him, and she closed the door behind her. Robert, she started, I just found out about what happened. His brows shot up. You did? The picture. She paused, swallowing a thick knot. There was so much to unpack here, and she really needed a whole day to herself to do it. I have no idea why my photo is floating around the internet right now. I am shocked and outraged. Her voice trembled as she went on. I don't even have words for what I'm feeling right now. Regretful, perhaps, he asked, clicking the top of a pen as he leaned back in his chair. She opened her mouth to interject, but he went on. Willow's Christian Academy has a long and rich history of producing students who not only excel academically, but possess a strong moral compass. You signed a code of conduct when you took this job, and that signifies your acceptance to uphold the values of this school. Values like modesty and correct behavior. His blue gaze was stony as he looked her in the eye. You can see why an incident like this affects your job performance. Because it is your job to teach. Not only in the classroom, but by example. I understand that, Robert. I understand that 100%, she rushed to say, already feeling the tears accumulating. But you have to understand, this was shared without my consent. It was a breach of privacy, of trust. But you were able to be breached, which is part of the problem, he interrupted. Do you see what I'm saying? We work for our students. And by extension, our students' parents. They don't want their children to be guided into young adulthood by someone with questionable morals. But Robert, what I'm saying is that this incident has attracted attention. A lot of it. This cannot happen again, because if it does, there will be no more career with this organization to speak of. Tessa clamped her mouth shut, focusing on the front of his desk in an effort to stave off tears. She nodded fiercely. Let's try to move on from this, Robert added with a sigh. But the attention of the Board of Trustees is on you now. You know Pastor Mitchell demands all our staff behave with the utmost propriety. If there's another slip, I can't promise you'll get another chance. Absolutely. Thank you. She stood and excused herself, keeping her eyes on the floor as she beelined for the bathroom to compose herself. After some cool water to the face and regulated deep breathing, she felt ready to return to her classroom. Once the door was shut behind her, heart pounding, she dropped her things at her desk and immediately fished out her phone. Mark hadn't texted her since leaving that morning. Did he know what had happened? She fired off a link to one of the articles and then put her phone on silent. There was too much grief and embarrassment and confusion to process right now. She needed to push it all aside and get ready for her workday, or at the very least, postpone her unraveling until lunch, so she could run to the bathroom and weep in private. Students started trickling in before she had a chance to check her phone. Texting during class time was a big no-no, even though she was dying to see what Mark came back with. Luckily, the smiling faces of her third graders were a salve to her worries, for now. Despite their eager faces and witty quips, the first half of the day dragged. By the time an aide led them to lunch, Tessa felt exhausted and ready for bed. But she needed to face whatever awful next steps awaited her. She unveiled her phone to find a string of texts from Mark waiting for her. What the fuck is this? How did you find this? Babe, you gotta call me. I can't figure this out. I have no idea how that picture was shared. I didn't do it. But whatever happened, I'm gonna find out and fix this. She swallowed hard and called him, heart racing as she awaited his answer. She prayed the team was on lunch as well. He picked up on the third ring. Babe. Are you okay? No, she sighed, feeling instantly relieved at the sound of his voice, even if only slightly. Yes. I don't know. I'm just shocked. I'm humiliated. I'm gonna figure out who the fuck did this. I must have been hacked. I've been talking to my teammates, they say this shit can happen sometimes. I just don't know why they'd target me. Target us. Tears began filling her eyes, and she looked up to the ceiling, trying to stave them off. Well, it certainly couldn't have come at a worse time. I promise you, I am going to find out who did this, and we will sue. I'm getting a lawyer. You don't deserve any of this. She pressed a finger to the center of her forehead, trying to swallow the sob that so desperately wanted to escape. I need to see you. Will you come over tonight? I'll be there the second I can. Promise. I gotta get back to my meeting now. Don't let this ruin your day, okay? We'll get through this. Her chin trembled, and she nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Even though it had already ruined her day, and her week, and possibly her year. Okay. See you later. Now, all she had to do was make it through the rest of the day so she could go home and grieve in private. Later that evening, after a long shower cry and a huge glass of white wine, Tessa opened the door to Mark, his hair still damp from his post-practice shower. Angus screamed with excitement and ran to him, and though Mark hoisted him onto his back with plenty of happy greetings, she could see the anxiety in his gaze. How was school today, big guy? Mark asked as he carried Angus into the kitchen. Angus started rattling off 100 different things that he'd enjoyed from his kindergarten class that day. Mark headed for Tessa, where she leaned against the countertop, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Don't need to ask you the same question, he said softly. Please don't, she said, mustering a small laugh. Mark slid Angus to the ground, ruffling his hair. You ready for dinner? He looked around the kitchen, then over at Tessa. What do you say to pizza? Pizza, pizza, Angus started chanting while he danced down the hallway, back toward his toys in the front room. I say great, because I don't think I can cook right now to save my life, Tessa said. And unfortunately, you have to call too. She headed for the bottle of wine on the counter and poured a second glass. It wasn't even 6 p.m. and she was heading toward half a bottle. Not good. Mark eyed her cautiously. Babe. Don't drink your sorrows away. I think I've earned it. She took a sip of her freshly poured Chardonnay. After all, the entire internet has seen me in my bra and panties. But the internet forgets quickly. I bet half the people who've seen it have already forgotten. She huffed, setting her glass down. But my co-workers won't forget. The board of trustees won't forget. The parents of the children I teach won't forget. Mark grimaced, coming around to her. He wrapped her in a hug, and she melted into his embrace. The warmth and solidness of him brought more tears to the surface, and soon she was sobbing into his chest. Babe, it's gonna be okay, he murmured. I didn't tell you about the meeting with the head of school, she said, looking up at him. Mark, I'm scared. He all but told me that my job is on the line. He doesn't understand what happened. I was hacked, this isn't your fault. But it looks bad for my career, she said, blinking away some more tears. Because I sent you the picture in the first place. It reflects poorly on my character. Your character? Babe, they can't hold a candle to you when it comes to your character. These people have no clue how hard you worked and what you've overcome to get where you are, he said. You're an amazing teacher. They hired you for a reason, and it would be crazy to let you go over some stupid picture. Tessa was silent, mulling over his words. She wanted so badly for his take to be final. To integrate it as truth into her body. But it was so hard. He's being a bully, if you ask me, Mark went on. Just pushing you around to show you who's in charge. After all, you're the real talent. He needs you. He's not going to fire you. Her tears were drying now. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes. It was nice to hear him say all this, but part of her was railing against him too. Whispering that he wasn't taking her concerns seriously enough. It couldn't, be that cut and dried. Parents were the final decision in a teacher's career in this day and age, especially in the private school system. This was practically a scarlet letter she'd have to bear, and at the outset of her career, no less. But digging into all that right now seemed pointless. Besides, Mark was supporting her. Wasn't that enough? Are the press always such vultures? She finally asked, once she'd recovered her voice. Well, they are. But when they're all over you, it means your career is going well, he said. Worse would be for them to forget about you. Tessa frowned, and Mark hastened to add, but don't worry. I'll make sure they know you're off limits, just like Angus. Plenty of retorts came to mind, but what about when they don't obey the limits? Hackers don't care. And what about when Angus is next? But she was too tired to keep rehashing this subject. She'd been going over it approximately 8 million times already throughout her day. Now, she just needed to eat dinner and get to bed. One thing was for certain. She and Mark didn't live in the same world anymore. It wasn't just about the celebrity exposure. It was about the fact that he was living in a money fantasy, one that she couldn't entirely count on. And yet again, she needed to be able to rely on herself. If she got fired, that affected not only her and Angus's daily life, but also his schooling. He'd lose his tuition. There was so much more at stake here than he realized. And even though they'd been inseparable growing up, and now shared a beautiful son, she wondered if his career was worth the price. She already knew he planned to follow it, and she'd never ask him not to. But that didn't mean she had to follow him. Chapter 14. Mark didn't stay the night, she didn't ask him to. And though he protested, she insisted that it was best for him, since he needed to be up early to get ready for his away game over the weekend. Inside, though, she knew she still needed the space. The scandal had opened up a rift in her chest, and she was struggling to find the tools to fix or fill it. The damage was done, as far as she was concerned. So all she could do in the meantime was scrape together the willpower to keep moving forward. But how to prevent it from happening again? There only seemed to be one clear answer to that: stay away from the limelight. She had planned on a productive Saturday, but by noon, she started to feel strange. Dizziness plagued her, and after a surprise trip to the bathroom to puke, she realized she also had a fever. So not only was she emotionally devastated, she was now coming down with the flu. Excellent. She managed to crawl to her bed, letting Angus know that she didn't feel well. But she knew she couldn't stay here forever. Angus would need snacks, and then dinner, and then what? Surely this wasn't going to be a 3-hour flu. Between bouts of drowsiness and nausea, Tessa contemplated what to do. Mark was her go-to, but he was already en route to Miami. Besides, NFL players didn't get time off because of a sick baby mama. She struggled to call her father, relieved when he picked up. "Hey, Dad," she croaked. "Can you come over today to hang with Angus? I've come down with something and I can barely stand up." Sure, I think I'll make it." His response didn't inspire confidence. "Let me know if you won't be able to. I've already puked, and I need to sleep." When they hung up, Tessa wasn't entirely sure whether he'd be showing up or not, but she fell asleep before she could think about it much further. When she awoke, she heard pots and pans clanking downstairs, along with the deeper tones of her father's voice. Relief flooded her. Thank God. She'd never gotten this sick this fast, and it only piled onto the ways in which she felt like a complete failure this week. She drifted off to sleep again, and when she woke up, she could tell it was dusk outside. Her father was in the room, dropping off some things at her bedstand. "Hey there, sleepy. How are you feeling?" "Not sure," she mumbled, trying to sit up. She saw a package of cough drops, along with a pile of paperbacks. "What's all this?" "Oh, just some things I brought, thinking it might help." He sat on the edge of her bed. "Wasn't really sure what you like to read, so I just grabbed a bunch." Her eyes fluttered shut. "Thank you." Reading was the last thing she wanted to do right now. But she tried to recognize it as his attempt to help. "They're from the 99-cent bin," he went on. "I don't know." "Shit. I guess I don't know you too well, do I?" Her chest tightened, but she kept her eyes closed. "Mysteries." "What now?" "I said mysteries. I like those." "I'll keep that in mind." He stood, heading for the door. Tessa was ready to drift back to sleep, but he paused, turning back to face her. "Does Mark make you happy?" She felt way too crappy to get into her personal life with her dad. There was too much to get into in general, much less in this state. "He does. You know, I always thought he was a good kid," he said. "Y'all are lucky. Both of you getting to live out your dreams. That's what stood in the way of me and your mama. Once you came along, she felt trapped, I think. And then she was off like a shot. But now, look at what you've got here. You the teacher, Mark the NFL player. Yeah, you're both lucky." Her throat clamped shut, and she burrowed into her blankets. "Dad, I'm falling asleep." But that wasn't true. This was just one more layer of emotion to suffocate her when she was at her weakest, most frail. She didn't feel lucky, not like he thought she was. Instead, she felt like all she'd done was struggle to get here, struggle through a set of circumstances that felt profoundly unfair, only to have all of her hard work stripped away by one stupid photo. Her entire livelihood hung in the balance. And she was lucky? "I'll let you sleep," he said, and she listened to his footsteps clunk down the stairs. She listened for a moment to the noises from below. She could tell Angus was making a royal mess. She looked at her phone, no new messages from Mark yet, and tapped out a quick message. "Do you think we're lucky?" She tried to stay awake as long as possible to see if he responded, but she fell asleep before she got an answer. Chapter 15. The Sharks won the season opener in Miami, a strong win after a shaky preseason. But by this time, Mark knew not to let it go to his head. He couldn't count on wins any more than he could count on shooting stars. He had to earn every last win, every last bit of progress. Or maybe that was just Coach Scooter's endless advice finally sticking to the inside of his skull. Whatever it was, his ears were ringing by the time the team got back to Savannah on Monday morning. They all reported to the facility for some review and meetings. Mark was eager to get to Tessa's, but she'd been quiet all weekend due to being sick. "Hey babe. I'm back in town. Can I come over tonight?" Her response didn't come for a long time, and the longer it took, the worse he felt. Their 3 days apart had felt like an eternity. "Tonight's not good. Still sick." He frowned, tapping out a response. "Need me to take Angus?" "My dad is here, been helping out. We're good. Don't want you to get sick too." He tapped his phone, rereading her message a few times. Something was off, but he couldn't tell what. James elbowed him as he settled into a seat next to him in the meeting room. Empty chairs sprawled all around them facing a big projector screen, where they begin reviewing tapes soon. "Whatcha reading?" he asked. Mark frowned, pocketing his phone. "I was talking to Tessa. She's been sick, but something is wrong. Ever since the picture leaked, and now she's sick." He shook his head. He hadn't talked about the photo leak with anyone except James and Maxwell, though he was sure his other teammates had seen or found out. It felt like the salacious news had circulated on the internet in record time. "She sent me a weird text the day we traveled too, one I've been thinking about. I dunno." "Sounds like she's probably had a lot to deal with," James said, shrugging. "It ain't easy to get used to the negative press, that's for sure." Maxwell joined them a moment later, pinching the tops of their shoulders extra hard. "Hey guys. What's going on?" "Just stressing," Mark said with a sigh. Maxwell snorted. "Yeah. Speaking of. I heard a little something you might want to know." Mark perked up. There was only one thing he truly wanted to know, and it was who the fuck leaked my picture? He'd only repeated the sentiment 500 times during their away game weekend in the privacy of their shared hotel room. "Tell me," Mark demanded, an acid knot forming in his gut. Maxwell glanced toward the main doors. The rest of the team wasn't in here yet, still transiting between other meeting rooms or the cafeteria. "I think I found out who leaked Tessa's picture." A sheet of ice and rage crashed through his body. He leaned forward. "Tell me." "Okay," Maxwell said, "but you gotta stay calm. From one teammate to another, if you let this affect your performance or the team, then you're gonna be in hot water." "So it was someone on the team," Mark said. Maxwell glanced toward James, who looked just as intensely eager as Mark felt. "Yes. But before I give you a name, do you promise me?" "I promise," Mark spat, not meaning it, not even a little bit. "Pete," Maxwell said, crumpling back into his chair like it was a weight off his shoulders. Mark's mouth went dry, staring at Maxwell as he struggled to absorb the information. Pete, the kicker, had hacked his phone? No, not hacked. He remembered the night of the gala, when he'd willingly handed Pete his phone to snap those pictures of them in their fancy duds. He'd trusted him. He thought they'd smooth things over. He thought they were fucking teammates. Why did he do it? Mark forced out. "Probably the money," Maxwell said. "I don't fucking know. I overheard him and a couple other guys talking about it." "I'm gonna go talk to him right now," Mark said, and started to stand. But Maxwell leapt up to stop him. "Hang on. You look a little crazy right now. And what did you just promise me?" Mark could barely even hear him past the noise of his temper flaring. "I just want to talk to him. See if he has some sort of explanation." "Dude, you should wait," James piped up. "I know you're hot, I know what he did was shitty, but it needs to be dealt with," Mark concluded. "How about we handle it for you?" James asked. "I'm the team captain, so this kind of shit is my job description." Just then, the rest of the team started filing in. Mark scanned each newcomer, desperate to find Pete. He'd almost single-handedly ruined Tessa's career, and he was supposed to sit back and be okay with that? His jaw ticked and he could feel how hard his heart pounded in his chest. "Mark," James said in a low, controlled voice. "Sit down." "Buddy, we're gonna handle this," Maxwell said. But he didn't want to listen to them anymore. Not when Pete had just strolled in, looking smug and carefree. Exactly how Tessa wouldn't be looking, not anytime soon. Thanks to him. I'm just gonna go talk to him, Mark said, rising to his feet. Mark. James stepped in front of him, but Mark brushed past him. He distantly heard his friends calling after him as he headed for Pete and his stupid smirk. Hey, Pete, Mark said, jogging toward him. Pete swung his gaze toward him as other teammates filed by. Mark didn't slow down and pushed him by the shoulders toward the nearby wall. Dude, what was that for? Pete asked. Just want to have a little chat. Mark's heart was racing now, fists already forming, his entire body readying to initiate the next phase of the little chat. Pete snorted. What about? How fucking salty you are after your stats last game. Mark gripped Pete by the collar of his workout shirt and shoved him against the wall while Pete just sneered. Immediately there was a chorus of, hey, hey now, as other teammates noticed the tension and started circling them. Guys, just cool it, James counseled, though he sounded a million miles away to Mark. Why did you fucking steal my girlfriend's pictures from my phone? Mark said through gritted teeth. He could kill him right now, he was that angry. Pete scoffed, but nervousness danced across his face. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You admitted it. You were caught. You fucking did it, Mark spat. Boys, break it up, Coach shouted. We have tape to review, and I'd appreciate it if y'all sat your asses down and got to listenin'. Yeah, Coleridge, let's get to listenin', Pete said, the sarcasm dripping from his words. Not until you tell me why you did it, Mark repeated, slamming him against the wall. Anger flashed in Pete's face and something snapped between them. Now Pete could tell Mark was serious, and it showed. Pete lunged, and Mark hauled his fist back, ready to punch him in the face. Hands grabbed at him before he could swing. Enough. Coach roared from across the room. Mark struggled against his teammates restraining him, but their hold faltered. Mark freed his arm and landed a punch into Pete's jaw. Pete howled and fought back, but this time, James and Maxwell dragged Mark away. Don't fucking touch him again, Maxwell warned, his chest heaving with the effort of restraining Mark. How can you take his side? Mark spat. It's not about his side, Maxwell warned, shoving him back into a seat. It's about the team. It's about saving your ass from disciplinary action. What in the hell was that about? Coach demanded, standing equidistant between the two of them, looking back and forth between them. He's the one who leaked pictures of my girlfriend to the press, Mark spat. Pete glared at him but said nothing. Is that true? Coach asked, looking at Pete. Pete rubbed at his jaw but didn't say anything, and after a few moments had gone by, Coach said, it doesn't matter. You're both benched, and I'll deal with each of you later. Now let's review. Benched. The word ricocheted through him, coating his anger with regret. James and Maxwell had stern looks for him as they settled into the seats at his side, almost like making sure he wouldn't attack again. The room was eerily quiet as Coach went to the front of the room to begin reviewing tapes. Mark ground his jaw, staring at the floor in front of him. Maybe he'd been a hothead about it. But he felt better knowing who'd been behind the leak. Now he just had to figure out why. And what to do about it. Mark knew to give Tessa her space that night, but he still sent plenty of check-in texts. Once she said that she was feeling better the next morning, Mark knew this was his chance. I'm off today. Let's all go to the park or something after school. What do you think? Tessa finally wrote back around her lunch break. Sounds good to me. Want to meet at Liberty Park right at 3:30? Angus will be so excited. He whiled away his day with plenty of domestic upkeep that he'd been putting off, especially since his family had left last week. He'd gotten used to the ways in which his mama had kept the place immaculate and the kitchen always smelling good. She was a hard act to follow, and with how much time he spent at the training facility or in transit to games, he could barely crank out a home-cooked meal. But today was food prep day, and by the time 3 p.m. rolled around, his fridge was full of meals for the week, and he was feeling marginally better about socking Pete in the face, even though it had gotten him benched. Mark headed to Liberty Park feeling more lighthearted than he had for the past week. Finally, he was going to see Tessa and Angus. Not everything was solved in his life, but it was getting there. He just needed his babe and his son in his life, and football. That was it. He was doing chin-ups on the monkey bars when he heard Angus shriek with joy. He bolted across the green lawn of the park, practically falling over himself when he came to the wood chips of the playground. Mark let go of the bar and scooped his son up for a big bear hug. "Daddy, Daddy, I missed you." Angus grinned while Mark carried him effortlessly in his arms. He headed toward Tessa, who hung back, smiling shyly at him. "I missed you too, big guy," Mark said, ruffling his son's hair. He nodded at Tessa. "And you too, sickie." She snort-laughed. "Thanks. You feeling better?" "Yeah. But that flu lasted a while." "Sheesh." She sat down on a nearby bench, and Mark let Angus down to the ground. He ran off to the gym equipment and Mark sat down beside Tessa. "I don't know why you didn't let me take care of you," he said, nudging her. She squinted out at the playground, and he could tell something was off. "You were at an away game, silly," she said. "Yeah, but yesterday, when I got back." She shook her head. "It's fine. I handled it." Those words alone told him something wasn't fine. "How was work today?" She heaved a big sigh. "It was fine. I think. I can't really tell." She started nibbling on her top lip. "I just kind of feel like no matter what I do, it's the wrong thing, you know?" She met his gaze, her blue eyes shimmering with doubt. "Everyone is nice to my face. But then I'll turn a corner and find a group of teachers talking and they suddenly stop when they see me." She shook her head, gaze drifting back out over the playground. "I just feel entirely unwelcome now." "Babe." He laughed softly, turning toward her. "You are not unwelcome. I told you, they hired you for a reason. And besides, you're always welcome wherever I am." His declaration of loyalty didn't do much to shift her mood. "I just wonder what I did wrong." "You did nothing wrong. You were a victim of harassment. And speaking of which, I found out who our culprit is." She turned to him, brows lifted. "You did?" "It's our kicker, Pete." Mark shook his head, feeling the anger prickling through him again. "I couldn't believe it. Maxwell overheard Pete talking about it with some of the other guys. I blew up. I fucking punched him." Tessa gasped, concern written across her features. "Are you okay? Is he okay?" "Well, we're both benched." Mark examined his knuckles. Only one tiny cut betrayed the fact that he'd socked Pete in the jaw hard enough to qualify for an MMA fight. "I'll pay a fine. But it was worth it." Tessa stiffened, turning slowly toward him. "Wait, what do you mean, benched and a fine?" "It's just what happens for internal shit like this. I'm sitting out the next game, Anne." "Mark." Her voice held a severe edge, one that made him twist to look at her. "Why would you do that?" "I was pissed," he said. "I couldn't believe he fucking did that. And for what reason? I'm going to figure it out." But you're," she was sputtering now, her cheeks flushed. "You're going to lose money, and play time, because you wanted to punch a guy. What he did was awful, but aren't there better ways to handle it?" "Babe." He had it coming to him, Mark said. "Trust me, I know. But this is your career. You're a professional football player now. I know. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to handle problems." "By punching a guy?" Mark huffed. "That was step one. And from here, there are other options. I've been researching. You could press charges if you want. We can get a lawyer and sue his ass." She shook her head. "I don't want to cause more ripples. Anything that could potentially show up in the news or some tabloid is off limits." End of story. Angus had started calling for them, perched at the top of a slide, waving to get their attention. Tessa squinted against the sun and waved, smiling brightly at him. "Hi, honey," she called out. Mark waved too, and they fell into a tense silence. Mark wasn't sure what to say next. Instead, Tessa smiled over at him. He's having so much fun. Should we do this every Tuesday? That seemed like a good sign, locking down his off-day schedule. But he wondered why there wasn't more attached to that weekly plan. Of course. You guys want to come over to my house tonight for dinner and a movie? Tessa sighed, averting her eyes. I don't know, Mark. I need to work on tomorrow's lesson plan. Ouch. That was a punch to the gut he hadn't been expecting. It felt like he hadn't seen her in ages, and she was willing to continue that trend. I'm sorry, she went on, as though sensing his thoughts. This isn't about you, though. It's me. My work situation has been really getting me down. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle everything, and then with the flu on top of that, Mark frowned, reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. He hadn't thought about how much she'd been carrying. It's okay, babe. Don't worry. You're doing an awesome job at everything. Tessa nodded, looking a little relieved. And even though doubt nagged at him, he repeated to himself the positive truth he wanted to see: we've got each other. Everything will fall into place soon. Chapter 16. Every hour Tessa spent at the school stretched tense and eternal. Even when she was alone in her classroom with the kids, she felt administrative eyes on her. Could imagine potential criticism and complaints. No moment was safe inside Willow Christian Academy, it seemed. Was this what true paranoia felt like? By Thursday, she was exhausted. But once the students were gone for the day, Robert showed up at her classroom, rapping lightly on the glass window in her door. Hey. You busy? He asked. No, just cleaning up, she said, offering a bright smile even though her heart started racing. What's up? Can we chat? He jerked his head toward the hallway. We can go to my office. Her stomach plummeted to the ground, but she tried to reason with herself. Maybe this was just a follow-up. Nothing else had happened since their last chat. Everything was staying in line, orderly, perfectly presentable. Of course. He left, and she shut her classroom door, following about 10 steps behind him. The administrative office was full of casual conversation when he entered, but when she followed, it dulled. Only once she pulled his office door shut behind her did she realize her stomach felt wobbly. Please, sit down. He gestured toward the chair she'd gotten her last reaming in, and she slid into it. So, I just wanted to chat a little bit about your performance. Great job on the effort you've been putting in since coming back. It shows. Your students truly love you, and your brief absence was a big deal for them. She cleared her throat, starting to relax slightly. See? You're not getting fired. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I love them too. Each and every one. I can see the promise in your future. I can see the passion in your teaching. It just makes me wonder if you've truly analyzed where your priorities lie. She choked slightly on a swallow and had to cough to clear her throat. Excuse me? He shook his head, as though confused why she didn't see his train of thought. Do you want to be an effective educator, or do you want to be just some NFL player's girlfriend? She blinked a few times as his words settled into her. And the deeper they sank, the more outraged she became. Are you? Wow. I can't believe you just said that to me. Tessa, you are a gifted educator. You have talent and passion. But without execution, without strategy, your talent means nothing. I see you, even when you don't think I do. I know what you can become. And I want to help you reach that goal. But how can you possibly think that building a stable family for my son, one that includes his father, isn't prioritizing properly? I know you prioritize your family. But your professional reputation matters. Your future matters. And I want to help you stay on the right track, Robert said. There were so many conflicting thoughts in her head, she didn't know where to begin. But as it was, she didn't feel she had much room to respond, other than to ask, so did I mess up? Robert looked down at his interlaced fingers. I want you to stay the course. Keep your eyes on the future. And remember to prioritize properly. His tight smile made it clear that this was the end of the conversation. All for the better. The longer she stayed here, the more confused and outraged she'd become. She nodded, excusing herself silently. She couldn't even bring herself to fake a thank you. She left the office quickly, grabbed her things from her office, and then went to pick up Angus from his teacher's classroom. She was all smiles greeting her son and herding him toward the parking lot. His enthusiasm for school was at least the silver lining of her job here. He was doing extremely well, showing a love for reading and learning that she prayed would continue for his entire academic career. All she wanted for him was to receive the best education possible, have the boost into his future that she hadn't had, and he was starting out on the right foot. Once Angus was buckled into his seat and she was just pulling out of the parking lot, Mark called. "Hey, babe," he said once she greeted him. "I'm on a break right now. And listen, I have an idea for us tonight." "Oh? What is it?" Her excitement spiked despite the confusion still troubling her. "I know you've been having a rough time. I want to take you someplace fun." Some of her enthusiasm dampened. Someplace could involve the public eye, which could mean a whole host of things she didn't want to consider. But she should hear him out. "Is your back sore? You've been trying to pick me up an awful lot lately." He laughed. "There's nothing I'd rather be doing. After all, didn't you tutor me every night for a month when I was failing algebra? Didn't you go to summer school with me, even though you didn't need the credit, simply so I didn't have to spend the time alone? And did you or did you not give me the greatest gift a man could hope for, a son like Angus?" Tears pricked at her eyes, sideswiped by the sentimentality. Mark was always good at stuff like this, and she realized how much she missed him. His away game followed by her sickness and then her distraction. Yes, she needed Mark. But she needed to tread carefully, too. "I don't know how I feel about being in public right now," she said. "We had a great time at the playground the other day. We'll be discreet. Besides, you can't cancel your life just because of a tabloid incident. You deserve to live and have fun." She nodded to herself as she pulled up to a stoplight. He was right. And she needed some fun after recent events. Especially after today's cryptic guidance session with Robert. "All right. Let's do it. I'll see if my dad can come over." When they hung up, she tried to reject the paranoia that crept in. She was allowed to have a night out with her boyfriend. Nobody could begrudge her that. She just couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, everyone at school would find out and judge her for it. Later that evening, she and Mark had enjoyed a delicious, greasy dinner at a locally famous 50s diner. Between the aesthetic and the music and the great food, she was able to loosen up a bit. Mark had paid the bill, and they were leaving the relative comfort of their high-backed red vinyl booth when Tessa felt eyes settle on them. "Stop being paranoid. Nobody cares that you're here." She held Mark's hand, following his athletic swagger through the black and white tiled restaurant and out the front door. As soon as the door swung shut behind her, she heard footsteps scuffling off to their side. Mark Coleridge and Tessa. An unknown man shouted as he ran toward them, holding a camera to his face. Another person trailed him, and Mark's grip on her hand tightened. "Come on, babe," he muttered, hurrying them toward his car. "I just have a few questions," one of them shouted. "Tessa, have you considered doing any modeling?" the other asked. Tessa could only register disbelief as the two men brazenly snapped their pictures. Mark helped her into the car first and then quickly made his way over to the driver's side. The engine roared to life. Neither of them spoke while Mark hurried to pull out of the parking spot. Soon, the paparazzi were distant specks in the rearview mirror, and Tessa finally exhaled after what felt like 5 minutes. "What the hell?" she asked. Mark checked his rearview compulsively as he drove. "I don't know. I don't know how they knew we were there." Tessa blinked, staring out the window without truly seeing their surroundings. Somebody had to have called them and tipped them off. He shook his head, jaw flexing like crazy. "Fucking ridiculous." "Well, this is just great," Tessa muttered. "Now I'll definitely be fired." Mark's brows knit together. "Why would you be fired for eating out?" She sighed, shaking her head. I had another talking to today from the head of school. It was so weird. I couldn't tell if I was in trouble or if he was truly trying to help me. But he said I should think about my priorities, and basically insinuated that I can't both be an effective educator and the girlfriend of a football player. Mark laughed incredulously. You've got to be shitting me. I don't get it, she said glumly, picking at a cuticle. The kids love me, he said it himself. Babe, you're an amazing teacher. The kids love you. The parents must love you too, because of it. What else do they want? Well, apparently they've complained about me, so they must not love me, she said. That's a pretty big deal. There are always going to be people who don't like you, or don't like what you do, he said, his voice taking that tone of don't worry, everything is fine. It grated on her, even though she knew he was just trying to help. I'm just scared, she finally admitted. I'm scared of losing my job. I'd lose my income. Angus would lose his tuition. I think it's time for me to start looking for a new job. Mark snorted. Hello. I have money. Plenty of money. You don't have to worry about losing your job, babe. I've got you if you need it. She pinched her eyes shut. All of the frustrations she'd been feeling for the past several weeks were boiling to the surface, creating a terrifying stew that even she hadn't counted on. I appreciate that. But I can't count on that in the long run. I need to make sure that I can always provide for Angus. Because someday, it might be all we have to lean on. Mark was extremely quiet for a few moments, which only made Tessa's heart beat faster. What are you trying to say, Tessa? I'm saying that football income isn't something we can stake our futures on. One injury, one bad season, one more bench from the coach because something else happens, it might all go away. Don't you see that? You could be done with the NFL forever after this season. After your next game, even. We just don't know. Mark wet his bottom lip, his gaze flat as he stared out at the road ahead. You might not know, but I sure as hell do. Listen, I appreciate your optimism. I love how supportive you are, how much you want to share all this money and fortune. But my job isn't a joke, and it's not less important just because you're playing in the NFL now. Mark scoffed. Do you really think that I believe my job is more important than yours? He asked. Tessa swallowed hard, fiddling with her seatbelt. No. That's not what I meant. I just want you to understand that getting this big break is not the end of the road. You don't think I fucking know that? Well, what happens if you become unemployed? Mark sputtered. I don't know, but I'll still be Angus's father. I'm not going anywhere. My family isn't going anywhere. We will figure something out. We will be fine. Even if worse comes to worst and he can't stay at this private school, he'll still have a good life. Look at us, we're doing great. We graduated from that shithole town. Yeah, and we were some of the lucky ones, she murmured, watching as Mark pulled onto the road leading to her house. A lot of our classmates didn't make it past the hard times. They'll be stuck in the cycle of poverty. Is that where you'll return if you don't make it in the NFL? What's your plan B? Mark sighed tersely. I don't have a plan B. You're right. A tense silence filled the car, and she focused on watching the landscaping blur by as they wound through her neighborhood. She wasn't sure if she wanted to cry or crumple into his arms or maybe both. Mark drew a deep breath as he pulled into her driveway. He parked the car and finally turned to her, his brown gaze unreadable. So where does this leave us? He asked. And the question alone made it hard to keep his gaze. Because the truth burned inside of her, imploring her to make a choice that she'd been trying to avoid all along. She'd worked too hard for her career, and for Angus's future, to get caught up in something that only resulted in a downward slide. Even if it came on the heels of the greatest, and only, love, she and Angus deserved to get themselves steady and stable first and foremost. Everything else was secondary. I think we need to take a break, she said, so quietly that she wasn't even sure she'd said it. The words themselves were laced with uncertainty, because taking a break from her best friend also seemed patently unwise. But she needed to get her head on straight. If every outing involved someone from the media asking her to pose in a nude calendar, what did that mean for her peace of mind? Are you serious? Mark asked, his voice flat. Neither of us has a plan B, she said, finally daring herself to look him in the eyes, so that he could see she was serious. And I just need some time to think. He pressed his head back against the seat, his gaze moving to her closed garage door. Are you breaking up with me? Tears crowded her vision now. Hearing him say the words felt more serious than she'd bargained for. And she wasn't sure she could go through with it. I don't know, she whispered. But I know that I love you. Tessa grabbed her purse and slipped out of the car before she could think better of it. Chapter 17. A couple weeks later, Mark was in the middle of the worst game of his life. The Sharks were playing the Giants at home, and Mark could not get his fucking head in the game. Jesus, Coleridge, Maxwell shouted over at him after a particularly botched play. A chorus of boos rolled through the stadium, and Mark knew they were meant for him. Maxwell trotted toward him, pushing him on the chest. Come on, man. I know you're in there somewhere. I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. He gripped at the sides of his helmet. It was like each mistake compounded upon the last, until he was facing an insurmountable wall. Coach stalked up the sidelines, sending Mark a glare that made his stomach drop. The score was 32-10, New York up, in the final quarter. He wasn't the only one fucking up today, but it sure felt like he was the worst of them all. That breakup really got to you, huh? Maxwell said as they jogged toward the sidelines. We didn't break up, Mark reminded him, but at this point, it sounded like a weak comeback. The sort of obviously untrue thing someone says when they're pinned by the neck. It doesn't matter. But it did matter. Too much. So much that it was ruining his life. Where's your optimism now, Mark? He was to the point of goading himself. Not a good sign. Everything was in disarray, and he didn't know where to go from here. The game ended as expected, a bitter loss. The team was unnervingly quiet in the locker room, and nobody had the balls not to flinch when coach started his ass reaming. They all deserved it. Maybe Mark more than the others. Once the reporters had their fill and players were filing out for the night, Mark sank to the locker room bench, lacking the energy to truly leave. Pete was at his locker, sending him a wary look over his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't punch you again, Mark said weakly. Don't have the energy after fucking it up so bad out there anyway. Pete shook his head. You aren't the only one. He sighed, closing his locker door. Worry flickered across his face, the most vulnerable he'd seen Pete since they started the season together. Listen, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. For the picture thing. Mark blinked about 1,000,000 times. You are? Yeah. It was a shitty thing to do. But I was hard up for some cash, and I knew I could score if I sold that picture to the press. Your girlfriend is hot, sorry. Mark stared at Pete like he was speaking a different language. But you make so much money. How can you need cash? Pete laughed bitterly. Are you serious? NFL might as well stand for no financial lessons. Dude, you have no idea how many of us are broke and living beyond our means. Just doing it paycheck to paycheck like we always have, except with way higher numbers. This information rocked Mark. And then he realized that's what he'd been doing. But hey, I get it if you can't move past it. Just wanted to tell you, I fucked up. And I'm sorry. Mark nodded slowly, searching Pete's face. He sensed a sincerity there that had never been present before. My lawyer thinks we should sue, because Tessa is on the brink of losing her job. Lucky for you, she's not interested in suing. But she needs this shit to be taken care of. The only thing I can think of is one of those companies that cleans up your online reputation. Let me pay for it, Pete blurted. It's the least I can do. I need to clean up my own mess, and downsizing my life wouldn't be such a bad idea either. Mark clapped Pete's shoulder, sending him a soft thanks. He offered his hand. Peace. Pete shook. Peace. Later, man. Mark sat staring at the locker doors in front of him for too long. You gonna stay here overnight? James sank down next to him, nudging him. Might as well, Mark said with a weak laugh. Might be the last chance I get to experience the inside of an NFL locker room after the way I played. James tooted. Please. If you think you're doing anything Scooter hasn't seen before, you obviously haven't heard about my own rookie year. Oh, please tell, Mark said. Well, I let all the sudden money and amazing lifestyle go to my head, and bad. I was showing up to practices still drunk sometimes. Other times, I hadn't slept at all. I was fucking wild, man. James shook his head, a grimace on his face. Honestly, if you think being benched by coach for one punch is bad, try puking all over his face after promising him you were sober. Mark laughed, despite how horrible the story was. I almost got cut my first season. That was a wake-up call, James concluded. And here I am. Year 15. Mark shifted his gaze to the tile of the locker room floor. But does coach think I'm that bad? I haven't done anything like that. Except suck it up on the field and punch a guy. Big deal. James laughed. No, man. Nobody thinks that. It's obvious your heart is here. But your head's been someplace else. You gotta get that focus back. As far as I can tell, there's two ways you can go from here: keep bringing your drama to work and suffer the consequences, or figure out your shit off the field and come back stronger than ever. It's really up to you. James's words stuck with Mark on his drive home and that entire night as he struggled to relax and enjoy the night at his place. But the more he thought about it, he realized he didn't have his shit off the field figured out. Not with Tessa, not with Angus, not in any area of his life, really. He had no backup plan. And it didn't feel good at all. What did life without football even look like? He'd never even considered it, and maybe that was the issue. He'd picked his major, zoology, because he'd been vaguely interested in it, and it ended up being a lot of fun. But he hadn't chosen it for career viability. He'd never actually planned on doing anything with the degree. It was simply a placeholder he needed in order to play football for 5 years on someone else's dime. Relaxation was out the window, and Mark started wrestling with some big questions. What would happen if he really was cut this season? 1 year of football salary would change his life, but it couldn't sustain his life forever. He'd knocked out some big purchases and elevated the family in a major way. But if he didn't have the same big league money to count on next year? What then? Mark paced the room for what felt like an eternity, mulling over different scenarios and possibilities. He didn't even know how much Angus's school cost. He'd simply reassured Tessa that he could afford it. Which he could. For now. But she was right. She needed to plan for the long term. And it was time he did, too. Both he and Tessa had suffered incredibly from financial insecurity growing up. Now that he'd made it into the NFL, he figured his money worries were a thing of the past. But that wasn't the case. Not if his career ended or he blew his money on the wrong things. No, it was time to be smart. It was time to give Angus the stability and forward motion plan that he'd never had growing up. The only problem was, this was brand new territory for him. But that didn't mean he couldn't run this ball into the end zone. Chapter 18. A few weeks after Tessa had told the only man she'd ever loved to take a step back, she was going through the motions, trying to remind herself what this was all about. Her work life had congealed into a mostly tolerable stream of fake interactions and forced smiles. Her kids were the only bright spot, and she found herself quietly cursing in her head whenever she had to interact with any of the other teachers. But she was giving it her all. Her undistracted, 100% best. If Robert didn't notice and appreciate by now, then she had no other options. She could conclude that her best just wasn't even good. And in a way, she was celebrating through her kids today. Because she needed to feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. She'd made a surprise for them and brought in all sorts of fun craft supplies to make masks. Sequins, glitter glue, feathers, they had everything and anything at their disposal. The kids had shrieked with joy when she unveiled the plan, and for a full hour they all worked, crafting their own face masks with so much happiness and creativity that it almost made her well up. Once the kids had been led off to the cafeteria and Tessa was tucked in her classroom, ready to enjoy her own lunch, one of the office receptionists stopped by her office. "Hey there. Robert wants to see you." Tessa stared, unblinking. "What? Why?" She shrugged. "He didn't say. But he's waiting for you, if you've got a minute." Tessa looked down at her perfect, ready-to-be-eaten sandwich, and nodded. "Sure." She set it down, offering it a sad smile, and then followed the receptionist to Robert's office. When she slipped into his office for the third time in the past month, she couldn't imagine it would end any differently than the previous times. No, this place had completely extinguished her optimism for the job. Eaten up all her excitement for the future. She was hanging by a thread and just trying to avoid being fired. "Is this what you've imagined since high school?" "Tessa. Hope you weren't in the middle of anything," Robert said, rearranging some files on his desk. No. Just lunch." As if on cue, her stomach rumbled. "What's up?" "Well, just wanted to address something that has come up," he said, clearing his throat. He leaned back in his chair, donning his typical relaxed authoritarian position. "We've had a number of noise complaints about your classroom." Her brows shot to the ceiling. Noise complaints. This was a new one. "Oh. Well, I surprised the students with an art activity. They were thrilled, and yes, got a little noisy. But they calmed down quickly, and everyone was absorbed in gluing and coloring. I'm not just referencing today." His gaze felt heavy on her. Foreboding. "It's about your teaching approach in general. You've been straying from the curriculum. You allow children to wander." "Wander?" she asked. "Yes, your students have been seen in the hallways during class time. Using the restroom," she clarified. "You've brought in unapproved teaching materials, which multiple parents have brought to our attention." She blinked rapidly, once again cycling through the familiar routine in his office, dumbstruck, outraged, and wholly offended. "But, Robert, I thought you had specifically been impressed by my lesson plans when you hired me. The majority involved enrichment material found beyond the standard curriculum." "We have a very specific reputation to uphold," Robert said, his eyes narrowing. "I can't help but wonder if this still has anything to do with the negative publicity Mark and I received," she said, crossing her arms. "I've never been warmly welcomed by the staff here, even less once all that happened. Nobody had issues with my craft books before that photo was released without my permission. Why now? I don't want to speculate on that. I can't speak for the other teachers, so I won't. But this ties into some overall trends that I've noticed. Angus doesn't seem to be fitting in too well either, similarly for disruptive and overly enthusiastic behavior." Tessa's eyes felt like they might pop out of her head. "He loves school. Is that a bad thing?" Robert laughed, but there was no humor in it. "This is exactly what I'm getting at. You are a new teacher. You have a whole career ahead of you. But you need to strategize. You should learn from experience and the experience of your fellow teachers. You can't come into this school and dictate how the curriculum should unfold or how things should be done." Her hackles were raised now. He'd brought Angus into it, so all bets were off. "I've spoken with Angus's teacher. She has nothing but positive things to say. So again, I ask you, is this because of what happened last month with the media? Or do you truly believe that my son and I are so misaligned with Willow Christian Academy?" "You can't take professional feedback so personally," Robert said. "You brought my son into it," she said through gritted teeth. "I'm doing you a favor by giving you a heads up, given the stringent standards of decorum for every member of the Willow Christian Academy community. There could be stricter consequences in the future, but I've chosen to give you the benefit of the doubt," he concluded. She wanted to give him the bitterest thank you, but instead she nodded vehemently. "You've given me so much to think about, Robert." And wasn't that the truth? She stormed out of his office, her thoughts roiling. She had a lot to think about. Like where her next job would be. Because as far as she was concerned, she was quitting this one as soon as she had another position lined up. If nothing else, Robert had finally shown her that she was fighting for the wrong thing. Pouring her all into a job that was never going to be a good fit. She should have been fighting for something else the entire time. For a family that already fit perfectly, and had fit perfectly since the beginning. Money was a necessary tool in this world, but it wasn't the only thing that mattered. Angus would love his school life, wherever he ended up. What really mattered above money was the support of loved ones. Robert had been right. She did need to get her priorities straight. And that meant getting her focus back on doing what was best for her family, including Mark. Chapter 19. That Tuesday, Mark was headed to the playground to meet with Angus like they'd been doing for weeks. He saw his son 3 nights a week, but he planned on upping the frequency once he was in the off-season and could bring Angus over for more sleepovers. He just hated how distant Tessa insisted on being. Like even making eye contact with him would somehow alert the paparazzi to their whereabouts. He was grateful they stuck to a schedule. At least they knew they could co-parent without their personal shit getting in the way. But he wanted more, so much more, from this arrangement. And he was finally ready to show Tessa that he was prepared to give her more than she'd ever gotten from him. Today, when he rolled up to the playground, he had folders in his hands. Angus shrieked and hopped around when he spotted Mark, and the two of them ran around, chasing each other for a little bit. Once Angus was climbing the slide, Mark headed for where Tessa sat. "Hey," he said, easing beside her. Something was different about her today, but he couldn't tell what. "Hey." A strange smile played at her lips, almost like he had something on his face and didn't realize it. "I have news. I want to show you something," he said at the same time. They both paused and laughed. Mark looked down at the folder in his hands and Tessa patted his arm. "You go first." "Are you sure?" He grinned over at her, loving the playful look in her blue eyes. He couldn't figure out why, but it felt like old times with her. Like it always had, before the weirdness of her work drama and the tabloids had gotten in the way. "Yes. You even brought supporting materials, so that deserves to go first," she teased. He cleared his throat, opening his folder with a flourish. "Then please sit back and enjoy." He took out a few papers first, handing them over to her. "I've been thinking a lot about our conversation. From when you broke up with me." "I didn't break up with you," she said, pushing at his arm. "How many times have I kissed you over the past 3 weeks?" he asked, making a big display of checking his watch. "How many times have I spent the night?" "Oh. That's right. I said it was a break, not a break-up." "0 kisses," he said, playfully stern. "Well, despite all that, I've been thinking a lot and doing some research. These papers are from my accountant. I've been setting some things up for Angus's future. This is an education fund. We can both pay into it. I've gotten it started with enough money to essentially get him through 2 years of college. I figure if I budget well, he'll have his college paid for by the end of my rookie year." She blinked rapidly as she stared at the papers. "Mark. No matter what happens to our jobs," he went on, "we can rest assured that Angus will get a great education. If we can actually keep our jobs long-term, well, maybe we can even pay for med school or something like that. If he wants it." She rolled her lips in, eyes shimmering. "So then I have this." He pulled out a calendar he'd drawn up, even though it had taken him an embarrassing number of attempts to get it right. "This is a schedule just to make sure that Angus always has a family member available in an emergency." He pulled something else out of the folder. "Here are some college brochures. Have you been planning his education?" "Yes. And my own." When her eyes went wide, he added, "I mean, you were totally right. I've looked to football as the ultimate goal. But I'm a father now, so I need to have some backup plans. I've been talking with my parents and my granddad, trying to work out a plan. Like what will happen if I can't play football anymore. And I'm pretty sure that I have options once my career is over. I loved zoology. Hell, I could host a nature show." She laughed, but her eyes sparkled as if she was falling in love with his future as much as he was. "But with a little more education, I could get into research or teaching." Wouldn't I look good at the head of a college classroom? You'd be so good at it, she gushed. That's what I'm thinking too, he said with a laugh, relishing the way she watched him. Like he was giving her a gift even greater than he could imagine. I want to start working on that in the off-season. I'll figure it out soon enough. Mark, I wasn't entirely right, Tessa said suddenly, grabbing his forearm. I might have been right about needing a backup plan, but I was wrong about something else. What? I was wrong to choose my reputation at my job over what we had been building. Tessa searched his face, sincerity pouring from her. I was chasing a job that wasn't a good fit for me, because I thought Angus and our future needed it. But what I need is my family. You have always been my family. And I'm being stupid to try to push that away. You're not stupid, he said softly, squeezing her hand. You've been there for me no matter what. And those people, I'll never be their people. I need to stick with the people who support me and love me. I'm going to quit my job. Mark's eyes went wide. Are you serious? Yes. I don't know exactly when, because I want to make the transition as smooth as possible for the kids and Angus. I would have quit last week if I could. But I've been job hunting, and I have some interviews lined up. Quit now, Mark said. And let me take care of you for a while. You don't have. I don't have to. But I want to. Because you've been busting your ass to take care of everything else. Let me do this for you. It will only be temporary. We'll set a time limit, if we have to. But I know you're going to find a new job quick, and you deserve to have some of this stress lifted from your shoulders. She leaned in to press a grateful kiss to his cheek. Thank you. He grinned, looking out at Angus as he climbed the slide for the 10th time. One kiss. That's an improvement. I plan on improving things a lot more, she said. Starting tonight. If you'll give me another chance, that is. Mark scooped up her hand, bringing it to his lips. Babe. As far as I'm concerned, you don't need one. I never gave up on you in the first place. Tessa wrapped her arms around him, and he pulled her into his lap. Angus spotted them from the playground and ran their way, shouting happily. And when Angus threw his arms around both of them, that's when Mark knew there would never be anywhere else he'd want to be. These two were made for him. And he'd do anything he could to prove to them how high he was willing to jump. Epilogue. 6 months later. It was April in Georgia, which was Tessa's favorite month. The fact that she and Mark were moving into their first house together made it an extra special April this year, too. Ooh, Dad, can you leave that box in here? Tessa poked her head into the empty living room, where boxes were being stacked up. But it says kitchen on it. I know, but I mislabeled one of the kitchen ones, and I think that one's it. Her dad sighed, but he had a hint of a smile on his face. All right. Just because you're my baby girl. She laughed. Things had gotten a bit easier between her and her father lately. Maybe it was because of Mark's influence in her life, finally being able to share her burdens, her workload, her responsibilities. Or maybe it was because she'd opted to find a therapist in the down months between quitting her job and getting hired by a different school system in Savannah, the new school system where she'd already enrolled Angus. He was loving it, even if his new friends didn't get VIP Sharks passes as birthday presents. She wouldn't start teaching until the next school year, which meant that for now, she just got to play the parent role at the school district, and she was finally enjoying her belated maternity leave, as Mark called it. Angus hopped into the room. He was fascinated by this big, new house and couldn't wait to decorate his room. Mom, when does my bed get here? The furniture should be arriving in just a couple hours, Bud, she said, smoothing his hair down. Okay, I think that's everything, Mark said as he came through the front door, his deep voice booming through the empty living room. To Tessa's dad, he said, your car is good for another round. What do you say we head back to your old house and fill her up again? Her dad asked Angus. Yeah, let's do it. Angus pumped his fist in the air and trailed behind his granddad as they left the house and shut the door behind them. Mark grinned at Tessa from across the room. He'd grown an off-season scruff, which she loved whenever it scraped along her thighs during their nighttime adventures. Whenever she playfully complained about the next-day consequences of his rough face, he reminded her that he'd earned the scruff, especially after his rookie season of working his ass off. And truthfully, she agreed. After he'd turned around his performance in a major way the second half of the season, Mark deserved whatever he damn well wanted. He stretched slowly from side to side, their gazes locked on each other, a whole conversation shuddering between them without words. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" she asked suddenly, backing up toward the wide, wooden staircase. "Go bless the bedroom before anyone else shows up," he asked. "I'll race you there," she called out, and bolted for the staircase. Mark whooped and followed behind her, but she was halfway up the staircase before he hit the first step. But it wasn't wise to race a running back. Mark caught up with her at the top and swooped her up into his arms. She giggled the whole way, loving how easily he could toss her around. He hoisted her so that she faced him as he carried her down the long hallway. Their new place was a 5-bedroom, with plenty of space for all their visiting family members. And they'd opted to purchase, even though it was likely that Mark would be traded at least once, which would mean uprooting and moving elsewhere. But they stayed sensible about it. They had come to a decision together. Which, now that they were both in control of their finances and their future, was so much more than just moving in together. They were starting their joint, conscious life. Mark carried her into the master bedroom where sunlight filled every corner through the huge bay windows. He immediately pressed her to the wall, covering her mouth with his. Slow, thorough kisses emerged, each one deeper and more sensual than the last. Her panties were soaked by the time Mark broke for air. "Oh my God," she said weakly, fisting the front of his shirt. "I'm hard as a rock, babe," he said, his voice gritty. "I say we bless this damn bedroom." She laughed and he gently lowered her to her feet. They had sex nightly, and it still wasn't enough. It might never be enough. Not when there was so much love, so much passion here. "I love you, Tessa Black," he whispered before nibbling on her earlobe. "I love you, Mark Coleridge." He grinned and kissed her again. "You thought about names for the next baby?" They'd been talking a lot about giving Angus a little brother or sister. And over the past 6 months, they'd been playing it safe, until they signed on the house. Now, each month she waited with excitement to see if her period would come. "Mark Jr.," she teased, clamping her thighs around him and bucking. His cockhead grazed her swollen clit, and she inhaled sharply. "Or what about Letty, after your mama?" "You're too sweet," he said, holding her tight as he kissed her deeply. And when he finally lowered her to the ground, she only pushed up on her tiptoes to seek another kiss. Because with this man, this life, and this future they had in front of them, she'd never stop wanting more. The end. This was an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoyed.